So glad you could join us. I'm Phyllis Jackson.
CDC Director Dr. Robert Redfield says a face mask is the most powerful health tool we have in the fight against coronavirus. Redfield testified before the Senate Appropriations Committee on coronavirus response.
I will continue to appeal for all Americans, all individuals in our country, to embrace these face coverings. I've said it, if we did it for 6, 8, 10, 12 weeks, we'd bring this pandemic under control. These actually, we have clear scientific evidence they work, and they are our best defense. I might even go so far as to say that this face mask is more guaranteed to protect me against COVID than when I take a COVID vaccine, because the immunogenicity may be 70%. And if I don't get an immune response, the vaccine's not going to protect me. This face mask will. So I do want to keep asking the American public to take the responsibility, particularly the 18 to 25-year-olds, where we're seeing the outbreak in America continue to go like this, because we haven't got the acceptance, the personal responsibility that we need for all Americans to embrace this face mask.
Redfield says a limited supply of the vaccine may be available between November and December of this year, but it will have to be prioritized for first responders and those at greatest risk for death. As for the general public, Redfield says it could be late second or early third quarter of 2021. As we approach the fall season, we know influenza cases are around the corner. Doctors are encouraging all over the age of 6 months to get a flu shot. But like COVID-19, the flu is especially dangerous for the elderly. National Church Residences joins forces with GenCare Senior Medical Center and Publix to offer free flu shots to Metro Atlanta seniors. I caught up with GenCare's Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Jonathan Flacker.
The definition of senior keeps changing every year as I get older, but I think that for the purposes of our event, it's 55 and up and Medicare eligible. Bring your insurance card or Medicare card. If you don't have either of those, it will run you $44 for seniors, but Medicare covers it, your insurance will cover it, and so it won't cost you nothing if you come down and bring those cards.
There are 2 opportunities for seniors to get a flu shot. Friday, September 25th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Baptist Towers, and Friday, October 2nd from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Big Bethel Village. For more information, you can call 404-780-8794. That's 404-780-8794. A second delay for New York City schools' in-person learning. Mayor Bill de Blasio cites COVID-19-related teacher shortages led to the decision. K-5 and K-8 schools will begin at the end of the month. Middle and high school will be delayed until October 1st.
A lot of this money comes from the federal government or the state government. And in order to get that, how is apportioned between other cities and people is a lot of it's based on population. And where do they get those numbers from? They get those numbers from the census.
Atlanta City Council President Felicia Moore takes questions from Atlanta residents and reminds us all of the importance of filling out the census during her Conversations with the Council President segment. A reminder, the deadline for participating in Census 2020 online, by phone, or by mail is September 30th. For more information, go to atlcounts.org.
Glad you could spend a little time with us. We'll see you on the next edition of Stay at Home Connect.
Each election year, I'm reminded of the sacrifices that were made so that I could exercise my right to vote. I think about the fear that must have gripped the hearts of those who placed themselves in harm's way, opening the door for me, you, and future generations. These were incredibly courageous men and women. Among them, our nation's greatest civil rights leaders, Hosea Williams, C.T. Vivian, and Congressman John Lewis, and others who risked their lives so that we could cast our ballots freely. Let us not take the right to vote for granted. I'm Atlanta City Council member Andrea Boone, reminding you to get registered to vote. The deadline for the November 3rd election is October 5th. Go to registertovote.sos.ga.gov. That's registertovote.sos.ga.gov. Let us honor the memory of those who made our ability to vote possible. Don't let their efforts go in vain. Let your voice be heard. Register and vote. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Atlanta City Council member Joyce Shepard. Did you know the United States has been counting its population since 1790? Census 2020 is fast approaching. Your participation is crucial as it helps to determine where schools, hospitals, and new homes are built, among other services. Billions of federal dollars are allocated based on census data. The questions are easy and should only take a few minutes. You can respond online, by phone, or by mail. ATL counts. Census 2020, Atlanta is counting on you.
I'm Phyllis Jackson. Glad you could join us for Stay at Home Connect.
How will this year's flu season impact us in this COVID-19 reality? Emory University infectious disease experts Dr. Carlos Del Rio and Dr. Walter Orenstein held a briefing recently to talk about the twindemic and the urgency of getting a flu shot before the end of October.
And I'll give you some personal advice. My daughter is pregnant and she's due in November, late November. I told her to get her flu shot right away because pregnant women are at high risk of severe flu complications. So I told her to get it now, but I am not getting it now. I'm waiting until mid-October to late October to get my flu shot because I want that protection to last me through February. And that's what I'm doing as a healthcare professional.
Pregnant women need to get vaccinated, not only to protect themselves, but also it helps protect their newborn who may be at risk of severe problems, because what they do is they transfer something called antibody across the placenta, and that will protect the infant for some period.
Dr. Del Rio says the shot wanes after about 4 months. He says those with underlying conditions such as diabetes, high blood pressure, or weakened immune systems should be especially careful and get the shot. But for those over the age of 65, it is paramount. The CDC recommends all over the age of 6 months to get a flu shot this year, especially because of COVID-19 and the potential for a twindemic. Some good news. Dr. Del Rio says there was a surprisingly low number of flu cases in the Southern Hemisphere. He's optimistic that if the same prevention efforts for COVID continue here in the United States, it could help reduce transmission of the virus. The CEO of pharmaceutical company Pfizer says there's a good chance the company will know if their COVID-19 vaccine works by the end of October. Albert Bourla says it's unclear if Americans will be able to get a vaccine before 2021 because the issuance of a license is up to federal regulators. He says manufacturing of hundreds of thousands of doses has already begun, and they've expanded their enrollment to include younger participants and more vulnerable populations. Pfizer is one of several vaccine makers enrolling volunteers in Phase 3 trials. Atlanta City Council member Marcy Collier Overstreet hosts the 2020 Election Education Town Hall. The free virtual event allowed residents to ask questions related to the voting process.
That's going to do it for Stay at Home Connect. We'll see you next time.
Each election year, I'm reminded of the sacrifices that were made so that I could exercise my right to vote. I think about the fear that must have gripped the hearts of those who placed themselves in harm's way, opening the door for me, you, and future generations. These were incredibly courageous men and women. Among them, two of our nation's greatest civil rights leaders, Reverend C.T. Vivian and Congressman John Lewis, who risked their lives so that we could cast our ballots freely. Let's not take the right to vote for granted. I'm Atlanta City Council member Michael Julian Bond, reminding you to get registered to vote. The deadline for the November 3rd election is October 5th. Go to registertovote.sos.ga.gov. That's registertovote.sos.ga.gov. Let us honor the memory of those who made our ability to vote possible. Don't let their efforts go in vain. Let your voice be heard. Use your power. Get registered and vote. Thank you.
All right. It's now officially 2 o'clock, and we will start the meeting. I'm Councilmember Shepherd, and I'm Chair of Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee. And we will go through our process of beginning our meeting. So we'll begin with a call to order, and we have introduction of the members. Ms. Lindo, can you actually do a roll call to make sure that our members are here? Hello, Ms. Lindo.
Yes, I'm sorry, Councilmember, I was muted. Councilmember Dustin Hillis? Hello?
Is he logged in? Ms. Lindo, is he logged in?
Yes, we have him logged in. Councilmember Hillis, are you on the line?
Let's come back to him. Let's skip him and go to the next one.
Councilmember Andrea Boone?
Present.
Councilmember Carla Smith?
Here.
Councilmember Amir Faroki?
Here.
Councilmember Cleta Winslow?
Present.
Councilmember Michael Julian Bond? Madam Chair, we do have a quorum. We do not have Councilmember Hillis nor Councilmember Bond logged in.
All right. Let me ask again, is Mr. Hillis or Mr. Bond on the line? Apparently they're not in yet. We'll come back to them. We also are honored to have our President, Councilmember Moore. Are you there?
I'm here, listening intently. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. With this, we do have a quorum, so we'll officially call the meeting to order. Why don't we stop at this point and talk about the remote meeting statement? Ms. Lindo, can you do that for us?
Yes, Madam Chair, and I received notification that Mr. Hillis should be on the line now.
Okay, Mr. Hillis, are you there?
Yes, Madam Chair. I'm just joined in via call.
Okay. Thank you. We now have 6 on the phone. All right.
Good afternoon. My name is Corinne Lindo, Council staff. Today's Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee meeting will be conducted remotely as advertised in accordance with Georgia Code Section 50-14-1. The meeting will be conducted in conformance with Robert Rules of Order and the Rules of Council as authorized by the City Code. The public may access the meeting conference bridge toll-free by dialing 877-579-6743 and entering conference ID number 831-599-1256. This information was also provided on the Friday, September 25th, 2020 public meeting notice. The public may also view the meeting on Channel 26 on the Council's homepage at citycouncil.atlanta.ga.gov, on the Council's Facebook and Twitter pages at ATL Council, and on the Council's YouTube channel. All presentations are available on the Atlanta City Council website on the Public Safety and Legal Administration presentation page. Today's meeting agenda was published and made available on Friday, September 25th via the city's website at atlantacitygA.iqn2.com. In addition, the public was able to submit comments via voicemail at 404-330-6022 yesterday between the hours of 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. These comments will be played during the public comment portion of this meeting. All persons present on the remote council meeting conference bridge are requested to mute your phones and speakers. Meeting participants wishing to speak must be acknowledged by the committee chair. Amendments, substitutes, and informational documents have been distributed to committee members beforehand. Thank you all in advance for your cooperation.
Thank you, Ms. Lindo. We will now go to an adoption of the agenda. Let me just say, as a part of the adoption of the agenda, that we have, I forget, how many calls do we have in queue for public comment, Ms. Lindo?
97, Madam Chair.
97 calls, which is equivalent to over an hour of public comment. However, we're having technical difficulty at this point, and Mr. Massenberg has asked that we wait until we can get that clarified before we go into the public comment. So what we're going to propose is to flip the agenda where public comment is. We're going to go through presentations first, and hopefully by the time we finish with presentations, we'll be able to come back up and give public comment. So with that, that's the change of the agenda. So I'm asking for a motion to approve the agenda as stated.
So moved, Hillis. Second, Siroki.
Thank you. There's been a motion and a second. I believe we have to vote on that, Ms. Lindo. Is that correct?
That's correct, Madam Chair. One moment.
We're ready for the vote. Mr. Bond, have you come in yet? Mr. Michael Bond, are you there? All right, we're ready for the vote, Ms. Lindo.
Madam Chair, the vote is open. Everyone please vote. Ms. Winslow?
In favor. I'm sorry. Okay, thank you, Ms. Winslow.
With the vote closed, 6 yeas, 0 nays. The agenda has been accepted.
All right, thank you. We will now move to the approval of the minutes. Is there a motion to accept the minutes?
So moved, Hillis. Second, Siroki.
All right, that's a motion and a second. We're ready for the vote. Ms. Winslow, how do you vote? In favor. Thank you. Mr. Bond, are you there yet?
The vote is open, Madam Chair. Mr. Bond is not on the line.
Okay. So we have 6 yeas. So the motion passes. We're now going to, again, as I said earlier, flip-flop to presentations because we're having technical difficulty. So I hope the first thing we're going to start off with, I'm not sure if Chief Ryan is here, but if he's not here, somebody representing him to give an update on where we are with the street racing enforcement.
Good morning.
Chief Ryan.
Sorry, good afternoon. Yes, I'm on. And thank you, Chairperson and the rest of council. Over the weekend, we continue to address some of the issues as it relates to street racing. We made 43 stops, 16 citations, and 2 impounds. That brings us to currently a grand total of 474 citations as it relates to street racing and anything related to it. Reckless driving, there's a total of 422 to date. Lane drag 43, and racing on the streets or highways is 9. Zone 2 continue to be the area of our largest infraction. We continue to work with our state partners to address it. We believe that we are making significant headways in trying to get to locations that we recognize that they will be having these types of events. So we are seeing less number of calls as it relates to it. as well as the number of complaints as well. We're seeing both of those numbers go down, but are clearly aware that they still are occurring. And our resources, we continue to, like I stated earlier, we continue to work with our partners, the State Patrol, who's done a phenomenal job to address these areas.
Thank you. I have a comment or a question, Chief Bryant. In our last meeting, and give me clarity, did you say that you all are writing up citations for folks for the, or giving out citations for folks who you're capturing with the street racing? Are they going to court?
No, there is no court for them at this point, so they're just receiving the citation and giving court dates. Now, there may be some that pay their citation, but the others have not just received their court dates.
So what is their process? So when they are actually caught and they go in, and I think somebody talked about the fact that, maybe they're just going through because they know that they're not going to court, so they don't care. They just continue to do the same thing. But have you all interacted with the court, the municipal court, in terms of the process? By the way, the next person speaking will be Judge Porter, so maybe he can answer that. So pretty much they're just being booked in. They don't get their cars confiscated or anything. They just booked in because we have the bond process. It's just booked in and booked out. Is that correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
All right. I'd like to for you to stay around for a minute to see what Judge Porter has to say, just to hear his perspective on it, just to make sure we're all on the same page and ask questions about how we can figure this out, if you don't mind. Are there questions from other?
I have a question, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I just want to let you know I've joined the call, Councilman Bond.
Thank you, Mr. Bond. Thank you. Ms. Moore.
Yes, I have my question of the law department. I know on you all's last call, we talked about the need for state law to give us more ability to either hold or confiscate vehicles, and the issue in state law related to the noise of the vehicles, the mufflers, and that kind of thing. So I just wanted to know if there's an update from the law department that was supposed to be reviewing that for us, so we can see if we can add some things into our legislative package.
I'm sorry, Ms. Moore. Somebody was trying to talk to me about they couldn't get through. I'm sorry. Repeat your question one more time, please.
Sure. Last time we discussed this, we discussed the fact that there may be some need in state law to change, and for the law department was going to look into the issue of the vehicle impounding, confiscating the vehicles, as well as, the state law related to the mufflers, etc., and review that so that we can see what we as the council can add in our legislative package for the state to consider in the next General Assembly.
Okay. I don't believe we'll ask the law department to come in and speak to that, and I would tell you we have not followed up on that. Ms. Lindo, can we make sure that we put that as our next follow-up for our next meeting, please?
Yeah, I know that they were on the line last time, so I don't know if they looked at it, but if we're going to wait till another update, I think that's extremely important.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. This is Joe Siegelman from the Law Department. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I could give you a brief update. So we have made a request that the Uniform Civil Forfeiture Procedure Act, this is a state law, 916.1, that it be expanded to make subject to that provision, to that act, vehicles violating the Georgia Code Section 40-6-186, which is racing on highways and streets, so that there would be more teeth to that act, and that APD would potentially be able to impound vehicles more easily, again, subject to the provisions of the Uniform Civil Forfeiture Procedure Act. So that is a request that's been made for it to be added to the legislative agenda. And there may be others who can comment on that further, but we're glad to be able to speak to this more at a later time as well.
Yeah, why don't we queue you all back up for your next meeting to go into a little bit more in-depth and detail. And could you send us some information on in reference to what you're speaking of also?
Make reference. This is Joe Siegelman again from the Law Department. I just want to make sure I understand the request. We can certainly provide more information at a later meeting, and I'm happy to prepare for that.
Yeah, so we can make and then whatever information you have in terms of reading, I would like to have reference also. So maybe you can have a one-on-one with me so that I can get clarity on what you're referencing in terms of your legislation and where we are now. So just reach out to me as the chair of the committee, and we'll talk about it more. But be prepared to present at the next meeting.
Yes, we'll do that. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if you could, I would certainly like to be copied on that, because I've been looking at it too and talking to the state administrators, so I would like to get a copy.
So if you could send something out, that's what I was referencing. Maybe you just send something out, whatever you're writing or whatever you're looking at, send it out so the whole committee can look at that. Can you do that?
Yes, Madam Chair. We'll do that.
All right.
And the council president.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Madam President. I meant also you. I apologize. All right.
We will do that. Thank you.
Thank you. We now have comments from Mr. Faruqi, and then after that, Mr. Hillis. Mr. Faruqi, you're on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief Bryant, two questions. One is, you mentioned a host of citations that were given this weekend related to playing drag, reckless driving, et cetera. Were any citations given for, and I don't know what the proper terminology is or what the state law is, but were any citations given to any of those who were pulled over with respect to illegal muffler modifications or related noise from illegal muffler modifications?
I apologize, Councilmember. I don't have the actual breakdown. I did ask that question. I don't think we had one on the illegal muffler modification, but give me an opportunity to verify that. I don't think so, because I did ask that question.
Okay. And if you could report back to us, whether it's been 2 weeks or earlier, just how many such citations have been issued in the city, it would be helpful. I know we all, when I say we, all the council members hear from our constituents on the frustration with the noise, much less the laying drag, but the noise exists even if someone isn't street racing. And some of it may be legal, but I suspect a lot of it isn't. And just want to get a sense of we're actually enforcing that state law or not. And then the last question is, you mentioned that most of the activity and most of the citations given have been in Zone 2, and that may well be the case, though it may also be a bit of confirmation bias if most of our resources are focused on Zone 2, that we're not picking up what's going on in other zones. Is it safe to say to the public that even though the activity and the enforcement is quite high in Zone 2, that APD is still dedicating resources to tackle this challenge in other police zones as well?
Absolutely. My statement was only in reference to the street racing. Our resources, yes, it was only in reference to the street racing. There are a number of other incidents occurring throughout the city that we deploy resources. So there is no shortage of resources anywhere in the city as it relates to addressing the day-to-day activity or what is specific to that zone. So Zone 2 just happened to be the location where we have have to address this. Zone 5 is right behind it, and that's because that's where the street racing is. It's not necessarily that we're throwing all our resources at that.
No, I appreciate that clarification. I asked in part because I represent part of Zone 5 and have had a lot of complaints this weekend in a couple spots related to activity related to street racing or lane drag. And so I just want to make sure that we're taking a citywide approach to it and not a zone-specific approach. And then, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, absolutely. So Zone 2 is the location that have the most, and they have the most citations. Zone 5 is the second location with the most street races, and they also have the second largest number of charges. So they balance out as it relates to the number of incidences and number of charges.
Thank you, Chief. No other questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carriffy. Mr. Hillis, you're next.
Thank you, Chairwoman Shepherd, and thank you, Interim Chief Bryant, for being here. A few things. One, just following up on some points my colleagues made. One is just ensuring we get these weekly reports, written reports about the arrests and impoundings that are made, not just for, the lane drag and reckless driving that we see that the drivers can be cited for, but also what else occurs when these, crackdowns are made, such as, whether pedestrian in the street arrests are made or citations are given. Also, the noise issue that was raised by Councilmember Broggie and others, to see, warrants that may have been executed for a person to get those included in the report. And then also, I just wanted to ask, given that the law that the City Council passed and became law, about a month ago now, about the local ordinances that we passed in regards to passengers and organizers of the events, have arrests started to, or citations started to be given out in regard to those yet?
Again, that particular breakdown on the actual charges themselves, I don't have before me, but I would definitely take a look at it and inquire and follow back up with you on the actual breakdown of the charges.
That would be great, because the City Council acted, approved that ordinance to give you the tools needed to reach out to other bad actors in these events. And then finally, another report that I would ask for, I believe last time at the last Public Safety Committee meeting, I had asked for some increased enforcement on Hollowell Parkway, given the number of pedestrian deaths that we've had. So I would just like a report stating how many stops and how many citations have been issued and for what violations on the Hollowell corridor, please.
Okay, sir. I'd be glad to do that. Also, we worked and had conversation in partnership with Georgia State Patrol as it relates to that particular corridor as well. So our numbers, the total numbers, were not be indicative of what's actually happening there, because we're just using ours. But I'll forward with you what we have.
So you're saying that GSP has agreed to do more enforcement on the Holloway corridor?
We've asked them to. We've asked them to do it, and they've been a phenomenal partner in supporting most of our initiatives.
Okay, well, that's very, very good to hear, and I'll be standing by for that report. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is anyone else want to ask a question of Chief Bryant? If not, thank you, Mr. Hillis, and we will move on to the next part of our presentation. Chief, just stay around for a moment if you don't mind, so that we can listen to Judge Portis. All right, thank you. Judge Portis, are you there?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I'm here.
All right, thank you so much for coming. You're giving your municipal court quarterly report. And one of the things I've been talking about that I know you're going to talk about today is the court system opening and some of the questions you just heard me ask Chief Bryant. So if you can help us out with that, I would appreciate that. But I'll stand back and let you go forward. Thank you for coming.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Council President, and members of the committee. My name is Chris Portis. I'm the Chief Judge for the Municipal Court of Atlanta, and it's my pleasure to provide a quarterly update for you today. Coming into this afternoon, there were 3 general areas that were requested that we update this committee on this afternoon. One was the current case landscape comparing pre and post-COVID. The second was a snapshot of what we're seeing in relation to our business operations side and clerk's office regarding the street racing. And the third area was a status of our planning regarding COVID and beyond and where we are with court operations. If the presentation is up online, moving beyond the title page to slide number 2. This slide is a case total and just a snapshot of year over year from January 2019 up to March 2020, what we call the pre-COVID period, and just a general idea of the case volume that we traditionally see per month. As you can see, that traditionally averages just above 13,000 cases received per month. Moving on to the slide numbered as 3. This is a snapshot of the same type of comparison, but solely for the COVID-19 period of March 2020 through August of 2020. So one of the things you can see is that while there are cases that are still coming in, that case average is a little less than half of what the traditional average cases received per month, just shy of 7,000 cases. Nonetheless, those cases have been received and have continued to be processed even throughout this COVID period. As of this past Friday, the total number of new cases since the COVID closure was just short of 46,000. Moving forward to the next slide, the slide numbered as 4. Just always like to put into visual breakdown of what the makeup of the caseload actually is per year. So looking from January 2019 through March of this year, the pre-COVID period, the number of traffic cases traditionally makes up about 80% of that caseload, usually averaging someplace between 220 and 250,000 cases annually. And the breakdown of all the other various matters, including ordinances, reflected on this graph as well. Moving on to the slide numbered as 5, this is just a similar type of breakdown, just comparing the COVID period to the previous slide so you can get an idea. March of this year through August of this year, total caseload, as indicated, is just short of 46,000. But looking at these numbers, as you can see, the proportion of cases relative to case type is unchanged. So even though the numbers have changed, that proportion due to the type of case still remains static. Moving on to the slide numbered as 6. This is just a snapshot of the cases that have been closed since COVID-19. So included in many of these numbers are cases that were in existence going into the COVID closure, but as you can see, some of the avenues that we onboarded very early on, like making many of the traffic offenses prepayable online, has at least afforded the public the opportunity to resolve some cases during this period, and the court staff who are responsible for making this happen have continued to engage in the business process throughout this entire period. Moving on to the slide numbered at 7, as always, a common question is what we're seeing on the bond side. So similar comparison as the charts before, a snapshot of what we would see pre-COVID, January 2019 through March 20 of this year. You can see the breakdown of bonds. 25% were surety bonds, meaning you had to actually post a bond. 43% of those were bonds through corrections. 32% were bonds after signature bonds, after someone actually appeared in front of a judge. And you can see that the overall signature bond to surety bond ratio is 1 out of every 4 bonds is a surety bond, 3 out of every 4 bonds is a signature bond across the board. Moving on to the slide numbered as 8. This is a similar analysis for the COVID period, March of August through August of this year. And you see, for the most part, while the number of cases has fluctuated, the relative overall percentages remains fairly static, with 40% signature bonds through corrections, 34% through the courtroom, and then 26% of folks who actually, for various reasons, actually have to post a good bond. And looking at that overall picture, still 1 out of every 4 is a surety bond, 3 out of every 4 still remains a signature bond. Moving on to the slide numbered as 9, this is just a general breakdown of the types of cases that we have seen throughout the COVID period through the in-custody calendar, which has continued to run on its regular pace of 6 days a week throughout the COVID time frame. And there is nothing unusual about these numbers. They match year over year and are the breakdown for what we generally see, where the primary in-custody cases tend to be criminal matters, and the balance of those being traffic matters with serious traffic DUI, rounding out a specific case type of about 12%. Moving forward to the slide numbered at 10, this is a snapshot of what we've seen in the clerk's office for the drag racing cases. We believe that this probably accounts for about 90% of the street racing cases that we have seen here. These are the 2 predominant charges. There may be a charge here and there that's not captured here, but these are the 2 predominant ones that we've seen. My staff has hand counted these through the citations that we received since March through August of this year. The number of total cases for lane drags being 84, 31 of those were arrests, 53 of those received citations only, and 48 of those folks had a lane drag citation in addition to some of the other charge. For drag racing in particular, total number of cases was 21, 15 arrested, 6 defendants received citations only, and 17 of those folks had at least one other charge as well. So those are the general numbers that we have seen at least up through Friday and when we published at least these numbers. Moving forward to the next slide, slide 11 should be a title page of what's next, COVID-19 and beyond. And one of the things that we wanted to do was to, set up this portion of the presentation in light of the case metrics that were presented in the previous slide regarding the volume of cases, and then take a little time to present some information about the actual nature of the business operation itself, because it is a paramount concern as we try to work through what will be the future of the court's operation. So moving forward to the slide numbered as 12 is the general information about the court's business flow for the pre-COVID period, looking back from January 2019 up through March of this year. In the one hand, you have case metrics where the court calendars 967 cases on average per day. The weekly calendar is 4,835 on average positions per week. The clerk's office takes in over 1,000 filings per day. And on a weekly basis, the clerk's office will average just short of 5,300 filings per week. Facility metrics, how many people utilize, come into, or otherwise move around the building. The average daily building entry pre-COVID was just short of 2,300 people per day. Weekly building entry, just short of 12,000 people per day. The average monthly entry, just short of 49,000. And average building entry, just short of 600,000 individuals. So with regards to the front-end business of cases being calendared and individuals coming into the facility, this is a high-volume, traditionally in-person operation. And what do we do in light of the fact that COVID-19 has changed much of how we can expect to interact with organizations like that is something very serious that we're going to make sure that we handle appropriately and consider as much as possible. Moving forward to the slide number 13, it's just a personnel footprint of the building. There are 142 individuals who are on the court side alone, and the total number of individuals who work in and around the courthouse and other departments totaling 322. And there's a listing there of some of the departments that are represented in this building who make this building their home, as well as, in the other hand, a listing of, over the last 12 months, the agencies who have reported cases and filed matters with this court for adjudication. Moving forward to slide number 14, things that we consider that we make a priority to prepare as a prerequisite before we mobilize to do anything further at all. Just the basics that must be done on our end based on our determination of what has been said by local health officials, as well as the various emergency orders that have been issued by state and local officials, things that we must cross off the list before we even endeavor to open the doors and operate in any semblance of normalcy. The first main criteria is two-part viral disinfecting of the entire courthouse and hand cleaning surfaces. Development of a schedule that will continue to clean hotspot areas, including the fogging and wiping down of courtrooms post any type of occupancy. An inventory of personal protective equipment that will be sufficient to sustain court employees for at least 90 days. And this is a critical one because one of the things that we all encountered at the outset of the COVID was a disruption in the supply chain and the ability to get your hands on certain items. So one of the primary prerequisites before we do anything is to make sure that we have on hand a sufficient supply so that that's not a reason why we must cease operation. Individual exposure and risk survey for all employees, making sure that all employees complete a COVID pre-screening survey, which adds certain questions that at this point most of us are all familiar, and making sure that there's a requirement to do so. All employees completing COVID-19 safety and personal protective equipment training, and the complete deployment of critical technology. Two main items: the online dispute resolution platform that I told this committee about a month ago, which will allow us to conduct full hearings virtually, and also a building check-in and space management tool that will allow us to queue up members of the public as well as to manage the space inside of the building as well as the courtrooms. And last but not least, the deployment of space distancing items such as floor markers, plexiglass installation, and CDC signage throughout the building. As we sit here today, this list is about 85% complete. The items that we're remaining are working through the onboarding of some of our technology, which is more than a notion, but we've been working very closely with AIM, the Department of Procurement, to make it happen. Everything is solidly on track, and that partnership, bar none, has been the reason why we have been able to implement things in an expedited fashion. Moving forward to the slide number at 15. Here is what a 90-day sufficiency of PPE equipment to sustain the court staff looks like. These are items that we have on hand, as well as what we have distributed to the various individuals who never stopped working throughout the COVID process. And we are satisfied that at this point, we at least have a 90-day sufficiency. We will continue to replenish, but we are also very mindful that we keep an eye on this to make sure that we are where we need to be in the event of unforeseen emergency. Moving forward to slide 16, this is just a snapshot of the mandatory training that 100% of the court staff has effectively completed, and it was basic information about COVID. How is COVID spread? How to properly put on and remove a face mask. how to properly wash hands, how to properly wear and remove gloves, the basic do's and don'ts to remain healthy, and what to do if you believe that you've been exposed to COVID-19. And moving forward to slide number 17, one of the critical pieces of technology that we will be relying upon to not only make best use of our space, but keep folks safe and hopefully healthy. At the public entrances, once we do prepare to open in some regard, will be a way to check into the court without actually having to come into the court. There will be a QR barcode for you to scan, as well as a website link. Once you scan that, you'll insert some information, provide the nature of your visit, and you will receive a text message once safe space is permissible for you to approach security and come into the building. This technology will allow us to maintain the footprint in both the general area of the second floor lobby, the main areas, the front-facing clerk's office, but this tool will also have the ability to do the same for the courtrooms as well, where courtroom staff will have a queue so that they are able to manage the flow and, most importantly, not exceed the space distancing load that is so important during this time. Moving forward to the slide numbered as 18, part of the mandate and requirement that is placed on courts that we'll talk about on the back end of this presentation is a questionnaire being put forth to all public visitors. So when someone comes up and utilizes the space management technology to check in, they'll also have to complete a questionnaire that most, if all of us, have not completed at this point when we've gone someplace. Have you tested positive for COVID over the past 14 days, or are you waiting your test results? Have you been around anyone with COVID, and do you have any symptoms that would otherwise be indicative of illness? And any number of those will be a prompt that you should come back at a later day or time. Moving forward to the slide numbered at 19 is just a snapshot of the information I provided last month about the online case resolution platform that we are working through implementation. It is a little bit different than just the ability to close your case by paying. This will actually allow individuals to have a hearing, appear before a judge, submit documentation without having to physically come into court. This is a really big step for us. This will be a part of our continued operation, even beyond the emergencies presented by COVID. But most importantly for us, making sure that we're able to afford the general public options when it comes to how they can interact with the justice system and resolve their case, so that it's not a one-size-fits-all type of approach. And moving forward to the slide number 20, snapshot of the custody calendar that has been going on throughout this entire duration, where the attorneys, the courtroom staff, Atlanta victim witness representatives, and judge all are participating in a virtual hearing in different areas by the use of Microsoft Teams at this time. And if you're looking at that screen, there's a picture there where you see a young lady from Dean utilizing a fogger, which happens at the end of every court session, where the courtroom is fogged and wiped down. Moving forward to the slide numbered as 21, this is what it looks like on a day-to-day basis for those folks who do have to enter the building. There are some tasks for the administration of justice that unfortunately have remained in-person tasks, even with staggered schedules and even with safe space distancing for those folks who work in any area that may at any other time be occupied by someone else. Not only do they have to wear a mask, but they also have to wear a face shield. And all employees who enter the facility are required to have on a mask completely covering the face. They are temperature scanned first and foremost. Everyone is required to sign in and sign out, and everyone is required to utilize hand sanitizer after you pass through the security checkpoint. Moving forward to the slide numbered as 22, this is just further information about the progress with those prerequisite items that we mentioned. One, you see photographs of some of the plexiglass that has been deployed, as well as some of the safe space signage that you've encountered in other facilities where you stand here until you can move forward, but making sure that those are greater than the distance that has been recommended by public health agencies as well. Moving forward to the slide number as 23, continuation from the previous slide of just some of the safe social distancing markings and preparations that we're making, even in the courtroom before we get to bringing anybody in, making sure that these spaces are designated appropriately for where you can and cannot sit, so that we can ensure that we're preserving those important distance measures, and as well as in the elevators and leading up to some of the front-facing windows at the administrative offices. Moving forward to the slide number as 24, this is CDC signage that has been deployed throughout the building, starting with every entry and every bathroom and every office and every corridor throughout the building, where appropriate and subject matter specific. Obviously, the wash your hands items go into the restrooms or on the outside of the restrooms. Are you feeling sick? Definitely at our employee entrances to make sure the folks are aware and that are reinforced with these visuals that sickness of any kind is to be taken serious, and no one who is displaying any type of sign or symptom at any point will be admitted into the courthouse, as well as information on how to safely take off and put on a mask. This signage obviously is all CDC signage that we have used and deployed throughout the courthouse. Moving forward to the slide numbered as 25, here's just a breakdown, basic list of where we are going. Our hopes and our aim is, as we prepare to engage the public again in the future, that at that point we will be able to confidently say that we've got 5 full avenues for individuals to resolve cases. Obviously is the expanded list of prepayable traffic offenses, the online case resolution platform that allow parties to participate in court virtually that is currently in the works, in-person case resolution in traditional form under new safety guidelines, but that is once we actually open to the public. That date has not been set in stone. And virtual alternative sentencing and rehabilitative programs through our Restore Atlanta Community Court Division is something that we will be rolling out within the next 14 days. And remote pretrial intervention through the solicitor's office, those folks have continued to work throughout the COVID process and expand different ways that you can actually participate in pretrial intervention as an avenue of resolving your case. We are confident that once we're in a position to offer all 5 of these, that it will not only put us at the forefront, but it will make for the safest and sound way to interact with this court system, especially in light of the volume of individuals that we service on a regular basis. And moving forward, last but not least, what do we consider before we reopen? 3 big areas. The first one is the Georgia Supreme Court Chief Justice's statewide judicial emergency order that coincides with the governor's order. Also, the mayor's office's guidance for the city of Atlanta and the emergency declarations that have been put out for the city, as well as the public messaging that is being provided, and the infection rate and public health guidance in general that we are receiving. You should be on slide 27, on slide 26 for this one. On the right side of this display is just a snippet of the Chief Justice of the State Supreme Court's judicial emergency order, and it is an order that applies to all classes of court throughout the state of Georgia. One of the things that impacts us is the prohibition on large calendar calls, which is why the use of technology will be so critical. This prohibition is obvious. Large calendar calls means that there are a lot of people in an area, so that has not only been discouraged, it has been prohibited. Also, the calling on court systems to use remote technology to allow folks to interact with their system, most importantly to provide different ways for folks to participate. It's important to note that as of this current order that will expire on October the 10th, they have been renewed, the sixth renewal, that up to now jury trials, even at the county level, have been prohibited. That will be an indication, at least from the court process standpoint, of where there is a loosening once we see that counties are regularly able to assemble jurors for duty, and bring in juries for criminal and civil trials. But as of now, though even those have been suspended by the state Supreme Court, just in this sixth order, has there been a resumption of grand juries, which are used to investigate criminal preliminary stages. So these are just things that we're looking at, staying in contact with the chief operating officer for the city, who's been a major partner in making sure that we have the things that we need in a very efficient and effective manner to do and function even at the level that we have, as well as looking forward. So we're taking very seriously all of these things before we simply let the doors up. With that being said, moving forward to the final slide is a thank you to thank you. And as always, if there are any comments, questions, or concerns, I'll be happy to take them now the best that I can.
Thank you, Judge Porter. I appreciate your presentation. I want to go back to, we have Chief Bryant with us, and we want to go back to slide number 10, the drag racing cases.
Okay.
To talk about the number of cases that you'll have before the court versus what Chief Bryant says the number of arrests. And I'm trying to correlate your numbers with his. It says you have 251 land drag prohibited. I'm just trying to understand a breakdown. So are any of your cases coming before the court at all? I see you said some of them are number of cases. Let me see, number of cases, 84 cases, defendants, 31 arrests, 53 received citations, no arrests. 48 defendants have at least one other charge. You know, other side, so none of these folks are actually giving, well, some of them are giving out. So maybe just break down this to me, and I'm trying to understand that compared to Chief Ryan. And are you all interacting with each other in terms of these cases? So it appears to me that a lot of cases they're just flowing in and flowing out. And I'm trying to figure out, are they really taking this serious? Or is there a breakdown somewhere in the two of you all talking?
Well, I doubt that there is a breakdown. I think that just first and foremost, as always, you know, Chief Bryant respectfully is on the enforcement side, and I'm on the administration of justice side. So there is not much, I guess, by coordination that we can do to make sure that we are prosecuted differently, other than making sure that the system is in a position to handle the cases. Just like the other citations or cases that we get on bulk in any given day, these cases are entered into our system and are calendared for a future arraignment. So as of right now, the only individuals that will come into court and have interaction with a judge is if you have been arrested and for whatever reason we have to a judge as a precursor to being released. Due to the nature of these charges in the applicable law by way of the signature bond ordinance, many of these offenses are signature bond eligible at the jail. So, you know, Chief Bryan or myself, other than moving forward with what the law requires, have little to coordinate on that piece, other than the law requires that many of these folks simply be released. You know, so I guess the question about whether or not the taken serious, the only thing that I can maybe add as a hypothetical perhaps is the in custody calendar is still running, you know, 6 days a week, and appearing before a judge is not just about having to pay it out, because based on the information that has been shown, even still 3 out of every 4 people receive a signature bond. But it is an opportunity for the judge to look at the case and determine whether or not there is a need for special conditions of. So, I mean, you know, if you get a DUI with special condition of bond, be that you don't consume alcohol while you're out on bond. If it's your second one, you may be ineligible to operate a motor vehicle at the time that you get a bond, because it's a matter of safety based on history. A condition of bond example is, you know, if you get in a fight with your girlfriend, you may have a special condition that you have no further violent contact with that individual while you're out on bond. If you throw a trash can through a business window, a condition of bond may be that you not return there while you're out on bond. The violation of any of those conditions subjects you to immediate arrest and detention. With the drag racing, an example or a hypothetical of what could be a condition of bond is the prohibition of the operation of a motor vehicle on the streets of the city of Atlanta hours of 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. unless there is some exigent circumstance like medical or work. But as far as coordination, we're in the business of taking in the citations as we get them, making sure that we set hearings as required by law, and most importantly, looking forward to the day that we can open again, at which point these individuals will be called back to be arraigned for and answer to these charges.
Okay. All right. It's a little frustrating. And Chief Wright, we can't seize their vehicles. This is a part of what Mr. Hill, we can't seize their vehicles at all. We're not doing anything. Once we get them, their vehicles can't be seized. Is that correct?
We can, in certain instances, we can make the impound, but no, we cannot seize it.
But
we are making it on certain, based on the nature of the charge. There are some that we can impound, but we cannot seize their vehicle based according to the law department.
So how many, do you know how many was impounded?
Let me find that number. I gave it a few seconds ago. Hold on, what?
Okay. Did you give that number earlier? I'm sorry if I did. I must have missed it. So while he's finding that number, let me go, Judge Porter, go back to slide number 5. And I found what was interesting up under number 5. It showed school buses, and in terms of cases, school buses, 1,324, that's 3%. So what's happening with school buses in terms of this? How are they involved with this? Is this accidents or violations by school buses? What is that? So
the city of Atlanta is in a contractual agreement with the Atlanta Public School System, where the school system utilizes cameras on school buses. Okay. If you pass the school bus while the arm is out, it'll take a picture, send you a ticket. Once you get that, you can then elect to challenge that and appeal it. Those cases represent the appeals that we have received. So because they are appealed, there's usually at least a 90-day lag when the person actually got the notice. So you're looking at those cases received in the COVID period, not because the school bus is out on the road, because those are individuals who probably received a violation January, February, or March, decide to file an appeal, and are just not making their way to our system to be docketed.
Okay. And then this is good in terms of to be honest with you, your presentations in terms of COVID-19 and what all it would take to open up the court is very thorough.
it's interesting because, I mean, as we even contemplate opening up City Hall, we're going to have to go through some of these same process. So it was interesting to look at what it requires in order for us to even get there. But I do like the part where you're saying you're about 80-something% ready to maybe do some more virtual. So that's a good thing that would help a lot. One of the things that I'm getting in my district, and I think I've talked to you about this, is a lot of departments are saying, well, council member, you know, we can't do anything. We're issuing citations. But I'm finding some departments, they're saying because the court system is closed, they're not even issuing citations. So I got to deal with that to a whole different level. But the fact that if somebody's issued a citation again, they can come in and they can actually say, well, you know, I'll plead a certain whatever, and then they negotiate with the court and they just walk away with the case and certain whatever you all decide. But the ones that don't do that, those are the court cases that are still left. And again, because the court is not open, they can't come before the court. But once we go through this virtual process, some of those cases, can, if they choose to, can come before the court in terms of that process. Is that correct?
Yes, and it will be beyond just the choice piece. One of the provisions that the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Georgia has afforded to all facets of court for cases that you elect to designate to be handled virtually, the notice to participate in that virtual process is as compulsory as the notice to actually appear. So once we get to a point where we are utilizing the hearing process, we will be able to compel attendance in the virtual form in the same and like manner that we would do when we were open in person.
All right. Those are all my questions. So any of my colleagues have questions? Everybody's quiet. All right, Chief Bryan, were you able to get that answer for me?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. I apologize. The number I gave you was just for the numbers that we had over the weekend as it relates to the impound, which was 2. I have to get with my team to see if we're tracking it per detail to see how many we're, or if we're just doing it by through actual charge. So give us a little time to take a look at how we're tracking the impound.
At our next public safety meeting, can you give a report on that, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair, I did have a question. One, from the Chief Judge, I didn't see anything related to arrests around protests. And then secondly, because I've been asked, as well as people are asking on Facebook, if the Chief could address the arrests that happened over the weekend with protests, and particularly in Inman Park, people are very concerned about the treatment of the protesters. Thank you.
Is that to Judge Porter? Is that the question to him? Part of the question.
Part of the question was Brian, on the arrest that took place over the weekend with protests and concerns from the public about what they said was heavy-handedness and from the police department, particularly arrests in Inman Park. But from the judge, I wanted to know, I didn't see on his slides if he was processing any arrests from protests and what those numbers were.
Thank you. Chief Bryan, can you start and then Judge Porter can follow?
Yes, ma'am. As it relates to we had two significant protests over the weekend. One was very cooperative. They forwarded the information to the police department on their path. As they marched in the street, when traffic came, they got out of the street and allowed traffic to move freely. The second one was an unannounced protest. They did not cooperate with us at all. This group got into the street on Morton Avenue, blocked the streets, refused to allow traffic to get traffic to flow freely. So we had traffic backed up in both directions on Moreland. Additionally, this group used laser pointers in the eyes of the police officer as well as our helicopter pilot. We were able to make physical arrests on those individuals and was able to recover 3 laser pointers. So as it relates to heavy-handedness, I'm not familiar with that other than our conversation over the weekend. There's not been any complaints to our internal affairs office or anywhere other than me hearing it, having the discussion with you, Madam President. So, but we would be glad to investigate and look into it further. But there was no, we didn't change our tactic or strategy to address them in any other way.
Yeah, and I'm relaying what I've been relayed to me, and I appreciate that, and thanks for your time over the weekend. And I just wanted to add to people who, in the public, you know, internal affairs is one place that they can report, but they can also report it to the Atlanta Citizens Review Board. And, you know, the description of how people felt that the protesters were handled, I would suggest that if any of the citizens felt that they were had any excessive force or whatever, that they would file a complaint with the Atlanta Citizens Review Board too. But I wanted you to address it because I keep getting asked about it on social media, and someone's asked about it today on Facebook to ask you to respond to it.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Judge Portis.
Yes, I understand the question to be as whether we've processed those cases, and I guess the short technical answer, we've processed them to the extent that anyone who was arrested or cited, that case has been entered in our case management system, and a date for arraignment has been set for the duration of the COVID period, and from any time to time that there have been cases related to the behavior surrounding protests. We have made sure that those cases are in the system so individuals can check the status of their case, utilizing the court's public case search portal, and be notified when the courts reopen and the arraignments will be set for them to come in and begin the process of disposing of those cases.
Yeah, and it just would be interesting, you know, when you give your reports in the future, if you could break that out as like you do the street racing, as just so that we know how many were arrested. And then the final question to Chief Bryant on the protest, because someone just zinged me. They wanted to know that they said the news reported that there was use of tear gas. Was tear gas used this weekend that you know of?
It was not used by Atlanta Police at all. I'm not familiar with anyone using tear gas, but Atlanta Police did not deploy tear gas.
So it could have been from another agency if it did occur?
We're not, I asked my team that very same thing. We're not familiar with tear gas being deployed by anyone, but we did not deploy it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Faruqi, I think you have a question.
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief Pride to have you, and Councilmember Moore brought up the protests and the arrests, some of which happened in my district, but I believe Councilmember Moore is referring to the video that was making the rounds on social media, which I actually believe was in the Old Fourth Ward, the intersection of Highland and Alaska. Can you talk a little bit about what the arrests were for related to that specific protest? This is a protest that would have moved from Little Five Points through Inman Park into the Old Fourth Ward.
I'm sorry, you're speaking in reference to...
So you mentioned two separate protests this weekend, one of which, in your words, cooperated with you, the other one didn't. A number of arrests happened in the second one. I believe Council President Moore was referring to the arrests that were made in that second one, which occurred just outside Inman Park in the Old Fourth Ward. Can you tell us what those arrests were for? What the infraction was?
Yes, they were for pedestrian in the roadway, as well as aggravated assault and using a laser pointer to point, and in the reckless conduct of doing so.
And the laser pointer, I understand that can be dangerous not only for a pilot, obviously, but for anyone else. This is a question that comes from a place of ignorance, so forgive me. Is it the type of thing where officers give a verbal warning or demand for that behavior to cease before an arrest is made, or is it really up to the judgment of the officer given the situation?
It's clearly to the judgment of the officer, but if you're in the middle of a criminal act, then a warning is not necessary to warn a person to stop committing the criminal act that they're committing at that time.
Yeah. And you may have mentioned this in response to Council President Moore, but how many arrests were made with respect to that protest?
If I'm not I have that actual number. If I'm not mistaken, it was 16. 8 of those individuals lived outside the city of Atlanta.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Are there any other questions from any of my committee members? If not, I will thank Chief Ryan and Chief Porter for being here today and giving your presentation. We appreciate you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Ms. Lindo. Are we ready for public comment?
Yes, we are, Madam Chair. 1 moment.
And how many minutes do we have again?
It's 1 hour, 47 minutes, and 3 seconds.
Okay, and then we'll come back to follow the agenda. Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, Madam Chair. 1 moment. 1 moment.
Hi, my name is Jeff Thomas. I'm calling about a couple of different resolutions. One, the food truck program, I think, sounds wonderful. Sounds like an easy win for everybody. Cool. Secondly, on a more serious note, I'm calling in about the APD using military vehicles, rubber bullets, and grenades, and LRADs, RADSs. I think all of those are so unnecessary for that job. And I think that really sends the wrong message to us, the constituents and the citizens of the city. I think it's so unnecessary. That's all. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Reynolds, and I am a resident of Westview, and I just wanted to call and leave a message of support for the resolutions that are being brought up tomorrow. The first one, discouraging the use of rubber bullets and militarized vehicles by the APD, and especially using tear gas as a last resort amongst protesters. It's ridiculous the amount of police violence that is going on with people's freedom to gather, organize, and protest. We should not be fearing our police force the way that we do. Second, I also support the resolution making it easier for trucks to be established. I thought this was something that happened a couple of weeks ago. I'm disappointed to hear that our local businesses are having trouble getting started up, especially when most businesses need to pivot with the pandemic. Finally, I want to say I think it's ridiculous that there's only a 3-hour window now to leave public comment. This makes it wildly inaccessible for people who work non-traditional hours, and I'd like you to reconsider. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, my name is Rachel Will, and I live in Grant Park, and I am calling to ask you to pass the ordinance to have the APD stop using military vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades. Thank you. Goodbye.
Hi, my name is Lauren Coughlin. I am calling in to support 2 resolutions that are coming up to that are being introduced to the council on Monday. The first of which is the City of Atlanta resolution to establish a food truck program. I think that this is a long time coming, and I strongly support any effort to make owning and operating a food truck easier in the city. It's been difficult to vend on public property for quite some time. And number 2, I strongly support the resolution requesting that the APD stop using military vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades against peaceful protesters within the city. I think it's pretty abhorrent what you are allowing the APD to get away with. The people who are being brutalized by our police are your constituents too. And I think that by us asking you to ask the APD, doing this is literally the least that you could do to defend your constituents against your police force. And thanks. Have a good one. Bye.
Hi, my name is Anna, and I'm an Atlanta transplant. I'm calling about the resolution requesting that the Atlanta City stop using military vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades. Yeah, I can't believe that the APD currently uses any of this because anyone, especially citizens that live within the city, those things don't belong on the streets and definitely don't belong in law enforcement hands. Those are weapons of war, and they're just not appropriate. Yeah, like the tear gas should not be used at all against anyone, especially citizens of the city. And all of these things happening in residential communities is also incredibly concerning and shocking. Like Atlanta's not a war zone, and these things definitely shouldn't be used against anyone, especially members of our own community.
Hello, my name is Jason Kotap. I live in District 3 at the northern edge of English Avenue. I would like to encourage the committee to vote yes on the ordinance allowing a food truck program within the city of Atlanta. I think this will encourage innovation, creativity, and allow for more local food services throughout the city and hopefully help address a food desert problem. I would also like the committee to vote yes on the ordinance limiting the militarization of our police service. Atlanta police cannot protect and serve the community if they treat every person in the community as an enemy combatant, which they currently do based on how they arm themselves. I encourage you to limit this. Thank you for your time.
Hi, this is Hannah Atkins. I'm calling in regards to the treatment of protesters, not only this week in the wake of the Breonna Taylor verdict, but all throughout the summer for people who have been protesting and putting their bodies on the line because they believe that Black Lives Matter and are met with tear gas and rubber bullets that have been widely captured on film. I think that this behavior and that local police and other government officials should be held accountable, and that this kind of behavior should be, well, it is outlawed, like, internationally, so let's apply the way that we police other countries to our own streets, and that's all. Thank you for everything that you all do. Please hold our police force accountable.
Hey, my name is Mark Wilson. I asked APD to stop using military-style vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades to disperse protests. Limit the use of tear gas until all other options are utilized. Prohibit the use of LRADs in residential communities. Also asked the City of Atlanta to establish a food truck program. Make it easier to legally operate a food truck. Establish a food truck village that will travel to different parts of the city, focusing on food deserts and city parks. And help restaurant owners and entrepreneurs affected by COVID-19 start a business better suited to social distancing. Thanks. Bye.
Hello, my name is Morgan Rutledge, and I'm calling on behalf of the APD to stop using military vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades. I think it is excessive force and it's unnecessary. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Bianca Acosta, and I'm a constituent of the City of Atlanta. I'm calling to ask the APD stop using military-style vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades to disperse protesters. These tactics are extremely dangerous and militaristic, and they have no place being used within our communities or on our citizens. This has to stop now. The use of tear gas and unlawful arrest also needs to end. The people have a right to protest and to be heard, and it is your job to listen to them and aid them in doing so. Do the right thing and let Atlanta set an example for the rest of the country in ending police brutality. Thank you. Hello, my name is Kaylee Folks, and I am in Councilperson Archbald District. I'm calling today to urge you to support the bill that restricts the military-style weapons and vehicles that APD can use. As someone who has been to protests here in Atlanta, there is absolutely no need for those kinds of instruments to be used on civilians. If you've been there, you would know that too. They're extremely peaceful. They're calm. And it's just people asking that you hear them, and clearly you're not. If you were out there listening, you would know that Atlanta needs action, bigger action than this. This is an extremely small ask to protect its citizens while they express their right to free speech. You should be listening. Thank you. Goodbye.
Hi, my name is Dawn Arthur. I'm calling to encourage the council to vote in favor of the food truck program to expand the food truck service throughout the city of Atlanta, and also for the committee to oppose further militarization of police. And any budget that would be going towards those that type of weaponry be put to better use in the community for our youth or for job training, for any number of things that will help to reduce crime. Thank you.
Hi, I'm calling to request that APD stop using military-style vehicles and rubber bullets and stun grenades to disperse protests. Additionally, to limit the use of tear gas and to only use that as a last resort. Also, to prohibit the use of LRADs in residential communities. Furthermore, I'm requesting that the public be given a more realistic and fair window of time to reach out to you. Listening to us is what you signed up for and what your campaigns are promising for your next term. In fact, your campaigns use a lot of keywords: empathy, listening, making sure that people feel seen and heard, that a 3-hour window flies in direct opposition of. So it's pretty disgraceful. So I would like to see that reconsidered. My name is Bridget Riley, and I live in DeKalb County. I look forward to becoming more active. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Hello, my name is Catherine Stanhope, and I'm calling to express my support for the resolution requesting APD to stop using military vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades to disperse protesters, because I think that is a egregious abuse of power. I'm also calling to show support for a resolution seeking the City of Atlanta to establish a food truck program, which will be introduced to the City Council Public Safety Committee. Thank you for your time, and have a good day.
Hi, my name is Sarah Stover. I am a concerned citizen of Atlanta, Georgia. I'm calling because I'm horrified at the police state that our city has come to be, especially during protests, and I'm urging APD to stop using military-style vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades to disperse protests. I would also urge them to limit the use of tear gas until all other options are utilized, as this is harmful and it's a gross military tactic that should not be used against civilians or peaceful protesters, especially in neighborhoods. So in addition to that, I would ask that the APD also prohibit the use of LRADs in residential communities. That's absolutely not the place for such violent measures. Thank you for your time, and I hope that you listen to our concerns.
Hi, my name is Wilma Augustus. I live in Little Five Points, and I was calling to comprehend of why the police need to use military equipment against peaceful protesters. While the protesters have never attacked the police, people are just simply asking to have the acknowledgement that their lives matter and to be able to live as an American citizen with the police being able to save people's lives and not actually kill them without any type of reason. I am hoping that you guys consider on possibly reducing the military equipment that are given to the police and to have better tactics on dealing with protesters. It's just morally wrong what they're doing. I hope there's some resolution to this, but we shall see. Hope you guys have a good one, and I hope to see the results of this.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Falconer, and I am calling in to support the resolution requesting that the Atlanta Police Department stop using military vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades to dispel protests. We need less militarization of the police on our streets, and we need to support Black lives and freedom of protest, and the use of these military vehicles and rubber bullets and stun grenades continues the visibility and the visible nature of the state against the people, which is what is happening right now, as well as continued violence, which of the state against people with Black and brown bodies. So the police is there to protect its citizens, not wage a war against them. And these military vehicles, the rubber bullets, stun grenades, does nothing but exacerbate the problem. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Anna Murphy Martin. I'm a Fulton County and City of Atlanta resident, and I was calling in support of the food truck program that is being voted on tomorrow. I think this could be a great way to help businesses impacted by COVID-19 and beyond, just creating a new stream of commerce for restaurants, and would be beneficial to different areas of the city that might not have as good of access to quality food. So just calling in support of that and hope that y'all will vote in support of it tomorrow. Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Jasmine Beck, and I'm calling to show my support for the City of Atlanta to establish a food truck program. I think that would be a really great benefit to the city and to food truck operators operating in and around the city. Thanks so much. My phone number is 805-895-0637. Have a great day.
I am calling so you can to ask the APD to stop using military-style vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades to disperse protests. Limit the use of tear gas until all other options are utilized. Prohibit the use of LRADs in the residential community. Also, I support the City of Atlanta to establish a food truck program. Make it easier to legally operate a food truck. Establish a food truck village that will travel to different parts of the city, focusing on food deserts and city parks. Restaurant owners and entrepreneurs affected by COVID-19 start a business is suited, better suited to social distancing. We need you all to do the right thing. Stop listening to lobbyists. Do the right thing. Do the right thing. Come on. We put you in office, not in office, and we put you in office. We can do the right thing. Do the right thing. Got anything, class? Do the right thing. Thank you. God bless. God bless. Assalamu alaikum. Whatever you do. Bless.
This is Juliana Kagan, resident of Metro. You guys need to really think about the cost barriers involved with owning a food truck that you presently have. It makes no sense that trucks can be outfitted for cooking, yet you still need to rent commercial space in order to cook food. It destroys the quality of the food, and it makes the chefs look bad to serve things that are in warmer. You could also do grants. You know, you could still get money from the police department and get some grants down for these folks. That would be great. You probably won't do it, but that's an idea.
Hey, my name is David Adkins. I'm out of Sandy Springs, Georgia, but I have been participating in protests all summer long, and I think it's just absolutely ridiculous that police are able to use lethal force such as tear gas and rubber bullets, considering that tear gas is prohibited in war according to the 1925 Geneva Conventions, which the U.S. agrees to. I think that it's ridiculous for people to use it on their own citizens and use it incredibly freely. Peaceful protesters have been continued to be lashed with tear gas, rubber bullets, pepper balls, LRADs, anything and everything. They've just been brutalized by the APD, the Georgia State Patrol, and the National Guard. And I think it's ridiculous that nobody is held accountable for this. I think in order to have the well-being and safety of protesters and continue to allow them the First Amendment rights, we have to be able to deal with protests in a manner that doesn't include tear gas, pepper balls, rubber bullets, LRAD, or anything of that matter recklessly. Thank you, and this concludes my message.
I feel the police need to be defunded because they're using too much brutal force.
Hi, my name is Maria Botello. I am calling on or about APD stopping using the military vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades. Limit the use of tear gas until all other options are utilized, and prohibit the use of LRADs in residential communities.
My name is Henry Jordan, giving us the Spirit of Christ, and Zacchaeus stood and said unto the Lord, Behold, Lord, the half of my goods I give to the poor. And if I have taken anything from any man by false accusation, I restore him fourfold. Luke 19, chapter 8, verse. Leviticus 6, chapter 1 through 5 stipulated that illegally gained money had to be returned, plus 1/5. Darkness sorrow worketh repentance. The Lord preserveth all them that love him, but all the wicked will he destroy. Psalms 145 and 20. Dan Montgomery, if you work evil, God will kill you. Jesus teach me and others how to love him. For God giveth to a man that is good in his sight, wisdom and knowledge and joy. But to the sinner he giveth travail to gather and heap up, that he may give to him that is good before God.
This also is vanity and vexation of spirit. Ecclesiastes 2nd chapter 26th verse. To eat and drink, used 5 times in the book, must be understood in a good sense. God giveth wealth to build his kingdom in us and us. Also to reject wealth got by wickedness. The priest said, now, where is the Lord? And they that handle the law knew me not. The pastors also transgressed against me. And the prophets prophesied by Baal, and walked after things that do not profit. Jeremiah 2nd chapter 8 verse. It appears to be a blessing to defraud or deceive your brethren. And in the eyes of God, it is wrong. I had a dream, and this other young man too, that America will be homeless. There'll be more homeless than the people that's not homeless. Because the money that Christ created me was to help the homeless calling on Jesus. Thank Jesus for the chance to speak his word. His will for our lives to save us. Thank you, and obey Jesus.
This is Juliana Gagan. I am a resident of the greater Atlanta Metro, the North Hill. I'm appalled by the use of military-style vehicles, stun grenades, flashbangs, rubber bullets, gas on protesters. I watched video from the other night. Everybody has the right to be heard, and the way in which the APD treated our fellow citizens was nothing short of appalling. You want this to be the city too busy to hate, then make it happen. You're not doing that right now. This isn't it, and you know it. You need to stop this.
My name is Dr. Christine Parker, and I'm calling to support the resolution requesting the City of Atlanta to establish a food truck program. Thank you. Yes, my name is Dr. Christine Parker, and I'm calling to support the resolution on Monday requesting APD to stop using military vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades in our city. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dr. Adora Poon, and I am calling to voice my support for the 2 resolutions that are being requested tomorrow. Firstly, the APD stop using military vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades. I just feel as if this militarization is just extremely dangerous, especially in the midst of peaceful protests. I've seen so many videos of the APD using aggressive force even amongst peaceful protesters. So I absolutely support this resolution. I'd also like to support the resolution requesting the City of Atlanta establish a food truck program. I think especially with the COVID-19 pandemic, it's a wonderful way to help local businesses, specifically restaurant owners and entrepreneurs, help with social distancing and to continue their businesses. I think that's a wonderful thing. And also, I think it'd be a great thing to have a food truck village where people can come and, outdoors and support local businesses while still social distancing in a safe manner. So I thank you for your attention to these 2 resolutions, and I thank you for your work. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Fran. I'm calling again because it really means a lot to me. I would genuinely like for Atlanta police officers to stop using military vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades. I have every right to fight for Jamarian Robinson, Davis Benjamin, DeAndre Phillips, Jabril Robinson, Solly Tilton, Oscar Kane Jr., and so many more names of people in Georgia who have been killed by civil workers, also known as police officers, who end up escalating rather than de-escalating. All we're asking for is peace. It's not war because we're not fighting back. We are literally standing, marching, and asking for peace. And the fact that military weapons are used on us is you guys declaring war on us. So we would really like for you guys to push on passing that and making sure that officers don't use military weapons on their citizens. We have every right to fight for our rights. I am somebody, and I deserve full equality right here, right now. No justice, no peace. Right.
What? This is DMX. APD has blood on his hands. I'm asking they stop using military-style vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades to disperse protests. Limit the use of tear gas until all other options are utilized. Prohibit the use of LRADs in residential communities. Thank you.
Yeah. This is Leanne. I live in Atlanta. I'm asking you guys to tell APD to ban the use of tear gas and also to prohibit the use of LRADs and to stop military-style vehicles, stop using rubber bullets and stun grenades to disperse peaceful protesters, and stop arresting peaceful protesters. We've been kettled, we've been trapped. A lot of us have tickets and charges now that we shouldn't have for standing on the sidewalk, for standing in the street, exercising our rights. And we've received no support from most members of the city council. A lot of y'all have taken APD side. You've continued to support APD despite the entire community telling you that we want the budget of APD defunded. We want the money going elsewhere. We want the money going into our community. So please do the right thing. I mean, most of you guys were going to vote you out anyways, but for the ones we still like, continue to do the right thing because we're sick of it.
Hey, everybody, this is Leroy, and I'm calling to ask APD to stop using military-style vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades to disperse protesters. And then I'm asking to limit the use of tear gas until all other options are utilized. Prohibit the use of LRADs in residential communities. I also support for the city of Atlanta to establish a food truck program. Make it easier to legally operate a food truck. Establish a food truck village that will travel to different parts of the city, focusing on food desserts and city parks. Help restaurant owners and entrepreneurs affected by COVID-19 start a business, better suited to social distancing. Y'all need to do the right thing. Stop listening to the lobbyists and stuff, man. I need to do the right thing for real. You know what I'm saying? We ain't put y'all in the seat to be doing the wrong thing, man. Do the right thing. You know what I'm saying? Some of y'all need to start praying and stuff, man. Stop serving money. You know what I'm saying? Today is Sunday, so give your life to God. You serving money, right? Stop serving money. You can't serve two masters. You only can serve one. So stop serving money, all right? Do the right thing. I just love Leroy. Peace.
Hello, my name is Sage Walker. I'm calling to restrict tear gas and military vehicles used on civilians by Atlanta Police Department. I have been personally harassed by your police department using those military vehicles. They've been used to intimidate crowds that have done nothing but speak and voice their opinions. I've been tear gassed by your police department, even though we have done nothing wrong. The tear gas should be eliminated. The militarized vehicles are unnecessary. They're draconian, and they strike fear into the communities. and the people that's protesting. It also ramps up the amount. It also escalates the situation. When these vehicles show up, the protests become a lot more aggressive because people are fearful for their safety. These vehicles aren't just regular vehicles that you see on the street. These aren't police vehicles. These are militarized vehicles that we see that are used in terms of violence. So it is best for the city to find ways to monitor and be able to listen to these protests without resorting to extrajudicial violence. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Harold Wallace, and I'm calling to ask APD to stop using military-style vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades to disperse protesters. Limit the use of tear gas until all other options are utilized. Prohibit the use of LRADs in residential communities. I also support the city of Atlanta to establish a food truck program. Make it easier to legally operate a food truck. Establish a food truck village that would travel to different parts of the city, focusing on food deserts and city parks. And to help restaurant owners and entrepreneurs affected by COVID-19 start a business better suited to social distancing. You guys are paid to do the right thing. So do the right thing. Say no to the lobbyists. Say no to the lobbyists. Do the right thing. Thank you. God bless.
Hi, my name is Dylan Shapiro, and I'm calling in support of asking the committee to pass Councilmember Antonio Brown's resolution calling on the APD to limit the use of military vehicles, tear gas, stun grenades, and other weapons that have no use in civilian policing. I hope that the council will adopt this measure because it seems like the bare minimum we can do to rein in a police force that is clearly out of bounds.
Hello, this is a concerned citizen calling to ask APD to stop using military-style vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades to disperse protests. These are civilians that are peacefully exercising their rights, their freedom of speech. Please limit the use of tear gas until all other options are utilized. Why do I have to tell you that? That's common sense. I shouldn't even have to say that. Prohibit the use of LRADs in residential communities because obviously you should do that. You should care about civilians. Please make this happen. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Caitlin Barrow, and I am calling to show my support for the resolution that would stop the Atlanta Police Department from using military vehicles and rubber bullets and tear gas on protesters. I do see this as an act of violence against the protesters, and I believe that they have the right to assemble and protest peacefully, and that the police should not be using these weapons against protesters. Thank you. Bye.
Hello, my name is Henry Thomas, and I'm calling in regard to your meeting tomorrow. We're asking APD to stop using military-style vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades to disperse protesters. Limit the use of tear gas until all other options are utilized. And prohibit the use of LARDs in residential companies. I also support the city of Atlanta to establish a food truck program. would like for this to happen is to make it easier to legally operate a food truck, to establish a food truck village that would travel to different parts of the city, focusing on food deserts and city parks, to help restaurant owners and entrepreneurs affected by COVID-19 to start a business better suited to social distancing. We got a lot of honest people out here that's trying to make an honest living. But you got police officers harassing them, and then they take the honest day's pay away from them. That is not the American dream. So do the right thing, all right? Bye.
Hello, this is a member of the public that is asking APD to stop using military-style vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades to disperse protests. Please limit use of tear gas until all other options are utilized. Prohibit the use of LR ADs in residential communities. This needs to happen now. It should have happened yesterday. It should have happened the week before that. It should have happened the month before that. So please get it done. You're behind schedule. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Christina Brocious. I'm a resident in Grant Park, and I'm calling to comment on the resolution requesting that APD stop using military vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades that was discussed in committee during the City Council's Public Safety Committee meeting. I fully support the resolution where it asks APD to stop using military-style vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades. I want the APD to limit their use of tear gas at all costs, especially until all other options are used, and to prohibit the use of LRAD, long-range acoustic devices, by APD. It is the City Council's duty to protect the residents of the city as civilians from using military-style uses of force against citizens of Atlanta. I also want to support the resolution requesting that the City of Atlanta establishes a food truck program that will be introduced during the City Council Public Safety Committee meeting. I think that making it easier for Atlantans to legally operate food trucks, establish food truck villages, and help restaurant owners and entrepreneurs start businesses that are more suited to social distancing is a way that the city can support service industry workers and keep residents safe who want to eat out in the home. Thank you for listening to my message today. I'm calling to support both these resolutions. Please vote for them. All the best. Hi, I'm a resident of Fulton County, and I'm calling to verbalize my support for the resolution that you guys are going to be talking about tomorrow about Atlanta Police Department's use of military vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades. I'm demanding that the APD stop using military-style vehicles, period. Rubber bullets and stun grenades do not need to be used to disperse protesters. Peaceful protesters continue to be brutalized and arrested for no reason, and you guys aren't even speaking up about it still. Also, tear gas should be banned entirely. It's literally a war crime to use it, but y'all are still tear gassing us in the streets. And also to prohibit the use of LRADS completely. We all voiced our concerns about APD's use of violence, and I've told you over and over again that we want the police defunded, and you guys still refuse to take any action towards that. We want the entire racist, corrupt, violent, and unaccountable police department defunded. And also, you guys have no right to limit our public comments. So at this point, most of us have zero faith, respect, or hope for the city government and the members of the city council. So we'll be looking for your seats in this upcoming election.
Hello, this is Johnny Ross, a concerned member of the public. I am calling today because you have a meeting tomorrow, and I want to advocate for APD to stop using military vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades. Stop using military-style vehicles, stop using rubber bullets on civilians, and stop using stun grenades to disperse protests. There are better ways to handle civilians. Please limit the use of tear gas to all other options utilized. Prohibit the use of LRADs in residential communities. Thank you.
Hi, City Council. My name is Brittany, and I am requesting that APD stop using military vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades to disperse protests. It makes it seem like the city is declaring war on protesters when we're literally exercising our rights for peaceful protests and speaking up for our rights. I also would like to limit the use of tear gas until all other options are utilized to disperse the crowd. And also, I would like to prohibit the use of LRADs in residential communities. It's not right. Another thing that I would like to bring up is I would like to support the food truck program, make it easier for citizens who want to make a living to operate a food truck, and establish a food truck village that would travel to different parts of the city, focusing on food desserts in city parks, and also help restaurant owners and entrepreneurs affected by COVID-19 start a business better suited to social distancing. Thank you so much for listening to me. Have a great day. Bye.
Hello, my name is Wendy Watkins, and I live here in Atlanta for 30 years. I am calling about the meeting tomorrow that the City Council's Public Safety Committee is going to be having about the Atlanta Police Department stopping their use of military vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades. It would be something that, as a resident of Atlanta for 30 years, knowing that there are other ways that peace can be resolved in violent situations where vehicles, bullets, and stun grenades, as well as tear gas, are used, it would be wonderful to know that the police department will stop using these and look at other ways to create peace in our wonderful city.
Hello, City Council. My name is Michael Ford. I'm calling to ask for despite your meeting tomorrow. I'm calling to ask APD to stop using military-style vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades to disperse protesters. To limit the use of tear gas until all other options are utilized, and to prohibit the use of LARDs in residential communities. Thanks. Bye.
My name is Connie Fosnoff. I am a member of the Atlanta chapter of Jewish Voice for Peace. We are members of the coalition Demilitarized from Atlanta to Palestine. I'm speaking to you today to express my support for the Ordinance 20-0-1450 that opposes the use by the Atlanta Police Department of military-style vehicles and the use of rubber bullets and stun grenades to disperse demonstrators who exercise their First Amendment right to peacefully assemble. I also want to encourage this committee to pass an ordinance to prohibit the Atlanta Police Department from participating in any training that promotes militarized tactics, in particular, the international trainings with GILEE, the Georgia International Law Enforcement Exchange. Police exchanges like GILEE threaten Atlanta residents in the following way. GILEE works with and legitimizes foreign governments that violate human rights, including China, Egypt, Hungary, Uzbekistan, and Israel, GILEE's original and primary partners. GILEE teaches racism and Islamophobia. Former GDI Director Vernon Keenan has said that GILEE taught him, quote, the primary threat to democratic countries was terrorism by radical Islam, unquote. GILEE's founding director, Robert Friedman, has repeatedly used the program to smear Arabs and Muslims. Friedman has insisted, quote, There is no Islamophobia. There is nitrophobia, unquote. Gilley propagates right-wing political extremism. The Gilley website features extremist articles that advocate for the Iraq War, call for the bombing of Iran, smear Arab Americans, and condemn Jimmy Carter for his anti-war activism. Gilley promotes dangerous policing tactics. Under the guise of teaching urban policing and counterterrorism, Gilley teaches police officials the tactics of militarized police forces that treat communities as enemies. Gilley has taught that officers should inspire fear by racking their firearms when they unholster them, flash their vehicles blue lights when patrolling neighborhoods, and limit free speech by targeting it as incitement. The militarization of police forces has already endangered communities across this country, including here in Atlanta. Foreign police exchanges make a bad problem worse. We therefore call on the Atlanta City Council to prohibit the Atlanta Police Department from participating in Gilley or any similar police exchanges with governments that spread bigotry or violate human rights, and instead to promote real public safety by investing resources in affordable.
Greetings, Atlanta City Council members. My name is Jason Allen, longtime resident and educator here in the city of Atlanta, and I would just like to say I am definitely in support of the resolution for the city of Atlanta to establish a food truck program. I also am in support of the resolution to request APD to stop using military vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun gun grenades. I think that with the money lost with workforce development within the last year, this will be a great way to show those of us in the communities throughout Atlanta that we are going in the right direction in regards to, one, making sure that our residents have the needed resources that should be available to them, especially around workforce development and small business development, and also that we are striving to reform public safety in a way that all lives truly are mattered, and that we do not have a growing and continued number of Black and brown citizens to be harmed by APD. Again, thank you for your time and thank you for listening. Please consider these areas.
Robert Lee Johnston Jr. That's Johnston. I used to live in Atlanta, Georgia, in Mechanicsville. I haven't lived there for a little while, but I have a question. There has been a lot of we are aware that there's a lot of police brutality. I want to know what the government in Atlanta, Georgia, is going to do about the violence between law enforcement and peaceful protesters. It is unnecessary to me because they are peaceful protesters. So do you all think that using rubber bullets and tear gas and these type of tactics to control the crowd, do you really think that's necessary? Because I really feel that it is not necessary because they are peaceful protesters, but there are instigators that are causing all this commotion. What are you all going to do about those instigators that are setting these fires at these peaceful protests? Because most of these protests that I have seen and that I've been to, I live in Phoenix, Arizona now, but they have been peaceable, but law enforcement has instigated and made the whole peaceful protest, they turned it into being violent. And I want to know what you all are going to do to stop this madness, to stop all of this hurting and hurting people who are just peacefully protesting and wanting to speak their voices. Please, I would like to hear that in this city council meeting. Again, my name is Robert Lee Johnston Jr., and I live in Phoenix, Arizona, but I was a resident of Atlanta, Georgia, in the Mechanicsville district. right there on Ralph Abernathy. I was right there. I lived there. I worked in that neighborhood, and I want to see better things for Atlanta, Georgia. And what are you all going to do to make Atlanta? And I want to know, what are you all going to do to make Atlanta a better Atlanta, Georgia? Thank you.
Hello, this is Connie Staten. I'm calling to support the food truck program to make it easier for folks to legally operate food trucks in the city of Atlanta. I think this makes a lot of sense. I think it provides food to people who, especially during this incredibly difficult time, are hungry. I think it enables business owners to keep a business running during this pandemic. And I think it helps keep people safe who would like to support those businesses. Thank you.
Hello, City Council members. My name is Bisan Hamid, and I'm a member of the coalition Demilitarized from Atlanta to Palestine. We're a coalition of social justice organizations in Atlanta focused on demilitarizing our communities. We work to undo and divest from the militarization of policing agencies that have a long history of disproportionately targeting and suppressing Black and brown communities in the U.S. and Israel. We stand firmly at the joining of Black and Palestinian communities in their fight against state violence and racialized oppression. I'm speaking to you today to express my support for the Ordinance 20-0-1450 that opposes the use by the Atlanta Police Department of military-style vehicles and the use of rubber bullets and stun grenades to disperse demonstrators who exercise their First Amendment right to peacefully assemble. I also want to encourage this committee to pass an ordinance to prohibit the Atlanta Police Department from participating in any training that promotes militarized tactics. In particular, I am talking about the trainings that Atlanta police have been going on through the Georgia International Law Enforcement Exchange, or GILEE. GILEE is a privately controlled police exchange program that arranges for law enforcement officials to train with foreign governments. The vast majority of GILEE exchanges are with Israel, a well-known human rights violator. Israel's military and police forces keep millions of Palestinians under an illegal and violent occupation. They use live fire against peaceful protesters. They use collective punishment against entire villages and cities. And they racially profile and discriminate against Arab citizens and residents of African descent, among other human rights abuses. Atlanta police officers should not train with human rights abusers. During the 2017 mayoral campaign, Keisha Lance Bottoms agreed to freeze the Atlanta Police Department's participation in GILEE and meet with concerned community members. However, the mayor has not kept her promise. That is why we are bringing this request to the Atlanta City Council. Police exchanges like GILEE threaten Atlanta residents by promoting dangerous policing tactics and teaching racism and Islamophobia. Thank you so much for listening to my comment, and I hope that you take our comments into consideration. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Connie Staten, and my comments today pertain to the treatment of protesters by the Atlanta Police Department. I'd like to respectfully remind the police department that this country was founded by protesters. And I'd like to ask that the Atlanta Police Department stop using military-style vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades to disperse protesters. I'd like to ask that you limit the use of tear gas until all other options have been exhausted, especially during a pandemic that affects the lungs. I'd also like to ask you to prohibit the use of long-range acoustic devices in residential communities. Thank you so much.
My name is Emily M. Jones, and I'm asking the APD to stop using military-style vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades to disperse protests. I'm asking them to limit the use of tear gas until all other options are utilized. And I'm also asking them to prohibit the use of LRADs in residential communities. Lastly, I would hope that they would exercise more compassion, understanding, and willingness to compromise and talk to people that they are trying to arrest or stop from doing something. Let their humanity come first. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Chloe Ralston. I'm calling because I want to urge
during the City Council's Public Safety Committee meeting. Please, I was going to urge the APD, Atlanta Police, to stop their use of military vehicles and rubber bullets and tear gas and stun grenades during protests, and prohibit the use of the LRADs in residential communities. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Megan Matthews, and I'm a Fulton County resident in Atlanta, Georgia. And I'm calling to ask the committee to support Ordinance 20-0-1450, which requests that the Atlanta Police Department stop using military-style vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun guns, as well as move toward limiting tear gas and prohibiting the use of LRAD in residential communities. I'm calling to let the committee know that I live in your city. I think this is important to pass as a first step and move forward to prohibiting tear gas in the future. But this ordinance 20-0-1450 should be supported by the committee. Thank you for your time, and I hope that this will be passed in the meeting on Monday, the 28th. Have a great day. Bye.
My name is Jessica Pitts. I'm a resident in Fulton County, and I'm calling to leave a comment on the recent City Council Public Safety Committee meeting that is approaching in regards to the APD stopping the use of military vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades. I also want to let it be known that the establishment of a food truck program in the events of COVID-19 would be incredibly beneficial to this city, and I think that they should be taken in high regard. Thank you. Again, my name is Jessica Pitts.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Meininger. I am a constituent in the Cabbagetown neighborhood. I'm calling to say that I support the following. 20-R-4370 to prohibit arrest by private persons or other authorities not identified as, quote, peace officers, because citizens' arrest is bullshit. 20-0-1450, requesting that APD pursue the cessation of the use of military-style vehicles, rubber bullets, stun grenades, tear gas, etc. Seriously, all you're asking is, dear, please, APD, please be nice to protesters. This has almost no teeth to it, and you can't even pass this. It's the bare freaking minimum. Seriously. 20-0-1486, requesting that APD cooperate with the prosecuting attorney's office in investigations involving officer-involved violence. Seriously, this is ridiculous. Why is this even up for debate? 20-R-4315, to establish a comprehensive food truck program for the city of Atlanta. I think this one is pretty cool, especially considering COVID's still very much a thing, and it'd be really awesome for this to exist. Vote for this. Thanks. Have a great day.
My name is Pamela Gardner, Gartner, and I support the resolution establishing a food truck program and making it easier to legally operate a food truck, and I'm calling to show my support for this resolution. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Isabel Namnoom, and I'm a resident of Brookhaven. I'm calling today to demand that the Atlanta City Council votes yes on the resolution requesting APD to stop using military vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades, particularly on protesters. I mean, that is incredibly inhumane to be using such violent tactics to disperse protesters. And there is just no justification for the cruelty that protesters have endured as we have seen protests come up these last few months. And I'm also calling for the support of establishing a food truck program. I myself worked in the food preparation industry, and it is incredibly difficult to get licensing and so many food industries are struggling right now. And if we can find a way to make it a little bit easier for people to be able to do what they love in a safe way, then there is no reason why we should not be doing that. So please vote yes on both of these resolutions, particularly on the one that would prevent APD from using violent tactics on peaceful protesters. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Charles Earl. I would like to comment on the resolution for the APB to stop using military vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades. I would like for the City Council to be advised that chemical weapons are illegal to use on civilian populations. That's according to the UN statutes on crimes against humanity. They are outlawed. So I would first like to ask the APD to stop using tear gas and other chemical agents on the civilian population of Atlanta. That has to be one. They should, of course, not use military vehicles or grenades or any other material or device specifically for military combat. The APD should also not be abusing the human rights of residents of Atlanta and legal protesters. And please abide by the basic laws of human rights, which have been ratified since the end of World War II, even before World War II, by the end of World War I, to effectively provide human rights protections for protesters that have legally gathered to exercise their constitutional rights. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Heather Corellis. I have lived in the metro Atlanta area for almost 20 years now, and I am calling to voice my support for the resolution that is requesting APD to stop using military vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades. I just wanted to voice my strong support for not allowing those methods to be used, especially in the recent protests. It really escalates the conflict. We talk about non-lethal bullets, and I think most people have an idea of these bullets being harmless or like a Nerf gun, but we know that they are incredibly dangerous. While they may not be life-threatening, they are leaving people with horrible injuries, medical bills, costs associated with healing from these methods that are just not humane, not practical, and really do not work to de-escalate a conflict. Most of the protesters that we've seen are peaceful, are interested in simply hearing their voices being heard, and there are certainly other more humane methods to control or contain those who are there for the wrong reasons or are causing violence. I also wanted to support the portion of that resolution that also limits the use of tear gas to until all other options are utilized. Thank you so much. I appreciate you listening and representing us.
Hi, this is Bryn Rouse. I'm calling to support the resolution requesting that military vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades stop being used against the protesters. I feel like there's been a lot of pretty peaceful protests, and there's been like a lot of really overly violent activity in response to that. And yeah, there's no need for military vehicles or rubber bullets or stun grenades. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Claire Kelly. I am a resident here in Atlanta. Today is actually my 3-year mark of having lived here. And I am calling today to urge y'all to stop the Atlanta Police Department from using military vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades against protesters in the city. Last I checked, protesting was a right that we had within the Constitution, and we should not be subject to military force for exercising that right. So please support the resolution requesting that the Atlanta Police Department stops using these tactics against protesters in the city. Thank you.
Hey, Sarge. You up? 3818, go ahead. How many man team do you have? Is it a 33-man team? I know you've got the old field force guys. How many go? We have for you. Do me a favor. Go ahead and have them mask up. We're going to deploy gas here soon. The SWAT commander tells me he's got the new gas special sauce, so make sure everyone does a function check and gas up. They're on Highland Avenue and Flowers. So stand by for my word. We're going to move you guys in and we're going to gas everyone. Okay, understood. Just let me know if everyone's masked up and clear the function check. Right, 25. 3818, I copy that.
Hi, my name is Christopher Barrett. I currently live in the city of Atlanta, and I was just calling to comment on the proposal or request for a food truck program. I would definitely be in favor of it, and would definitely be in need of some service to become an owner or an entrepreneur. With the recent events with COVID-19, it's definitely a dream of mine, and also my wife. And I'm just calling just to show my support in favor of voting this in or introducing this program to the city. Thank you so much. And if anyone needs to reach me to talk further about it, or even just to give me more information about it, my number is 678-558-7960, 678-558-7960. Again, my name is Christopher Barrett, and thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Shannon McKnight, and I live in the Custer neighborhood of Atlanta. I am calling to offer my support for APD to stop using military vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades. I'm also calling in support of the food truck program. Thank you for listening.
Hi, my name is Raphael Merton. I'm a resident of East Atlanta. I am calling in support of the demilitarization of the police. Please do pass the city ordinance to remove stun grenades and other military equipment from Atlanta police. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nina Dutton, and I'm a resident of the city of Atlanta. I'm calling in reference to the resolution that will be held in committee during the City Council Public Safety Committee on Monday, September 28th. This is a resolution requesting APD stop using military vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades. I am calling in support of this resolution. While it is not nearly enough at all to, it's definitely not enough in terms of responding to the Atlanta Police Department's behavior toward protesters, and it is not enough to just pass this resolution, a non-binding resolution at that, and it is not enough until we defund APD and refund and invest in our communities instead, which we can start doing immediately. It is still important to pass this resolution. It will also be important to pass some sort of binding legislation that will prohibit Atlanta Police Department from using these kinds of weaponry on residents of our city. There has been so much documentation already for months of what the police department, as well as the Georgia State Patrol and National Guard, have been doing to city residents who are out in the streets making political statements that need to be made. So this is an essential resolution that needs to happen for the safety and well-being of our people in our city, but this is not enough, and this must be a starting point. It's long overdue and really does need to be passed. If this resolution does not pass, the City Council is going to have to answer for itself and is going to have to really explain why even a non-binding resolution of this sort is not allowable. So please, I do ask that the City Council pass this resolution, as well as others that are binding to stop APD from using these weapons toward the city residents, and further go beyond that, and truly begin the process of defunding our police. Thank you for your time. Take care.
Hi, my name's Abigail Green. I live in Grant Park, Atlanta. I was calling to state my support for the recommendation for the Atlanta City Police to stop using stun grenades, plastic bullets, tear gas, other military tactics against protesters, individuals who are out expressing their distress and their First Amendment rights to protest, that they have been so viciously attacked is really upsetting to me. And so I would highly urge the City Council to pass this, the recommendation. Furthermore, I would like to add that the fact that the public can only call in from 4 to 7 p.m. the night before a meeting is a unfortunate limitation and is a strong signal to the community as far as how much of Atlanta you're actually willing to hear. Thank you for your consideration of the police recommendation, and have a good day.
Good afternoon. My name is Hannah Pryor. I am calling with regards to the resolution that you guys will be voting on Monday regarding asking Atlanta Police Department to stop using military vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades. I am asking for the City Council to please support this resolution. I think it is a very reasonable resolution that would go and speak wonders to the people of Atlanta. It's not asking for anything outlandish. It's simply asking that we not use military-style behavior from our police department against our own citizens. I think it would be a good step forward in addressing the police brutality that unfortunately does exist in the city of Atlanta and as in many other cities across the country. But I think that this is an important thing for you guys to stand for, and I would just love to see the city of Atlanta go ahead and support this resolution. So thank you so much and have a wonderful day.
My name is Bridget Capoletti. I live in historic South Atlanta, and I'm calling the City Council to ask them to support the resolution requesting that APD stop using military vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades to disperse protesters. This resolution also asks that APD limit the use of tear gas until all other options are utilized, and to prohibit the use of LRADs in residential communities. And I don't know if you guys know about LRADs, but they can make you go to the bathroom on yourself. They can disrupt your bowels. They can kill you in ways that you probably don't want to die. Like, think about your intestines exploding. That sounds like a lot of fun, right? Yeah. No, not really. So, and then I'm also asking you to show support of a resolution seeking the City of Atlanta to establish a food truck program, which will be introduced to the City Council Public Safety Committee. If enacted, this resolution would make it easier to legally operate a food truck and to help restaurant owners and entrepreneurs affected by COVID-19 and start a business or new modes of operation that are suited to social distancing. I'm really not sure how we've actually made it this far. I come from the Northeast. I came down to Georgia because Georgia is beautiful. I don't know how you guys don't have this right now. Like, one of the best things about up north is getting soft serve ice cream. Like, this just makes a sense of business. And I don't understand why it's so hard for food trucks to like be able to roll up onto a corner. I mean, this is like a money-making machine for y'all. Y'all could permit the corners. You have a field day with this one. This is big, good money. Don't make them go to a food lot. Like, that's just ridiculous. Like, nobody wants to go to a food truck as a destination. You want to walk out of your house and know that the hamburger or hot dog guy is right there at the corner, or the kebab guy, whatever you want. You can get whatever you want up north. And they're making money off it. There's no reason y'all can't do, especially with how lax we are down here. Please, guys, let that happen. But really, please stop, like, shooting protesters. Like, this is ridiculous. Like, it's absolutely ridiculous. And when you're older, if you continue to let this happen, you're going to have to answer to your children and your children's children about this type of behavior. Because this is not American. Like, us all fighting with each other all the time, this is just got to stop. Like, we got to stop violating the civil rights of people out in the street. Like, they have a right to speak their mind. They have a right to assemble peacefully. And you don't. Hello, my name is Andrea Hansis. I live in Atlanta, Georgia, in Fulton County. I am calling to show my support for two different resolutions. One of them is requesting APD stop using military vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun guns, as well as LRAS. And the second is the support of the resolution seeking the City of Atlanta establish a food truck program. Thank you very much. I hope that this does something positive for this community.
Hi, my name is Lina Vargas, and I live in Grant Park, and I am calling to support the resolution tomorrow that is requesting the Atlanta Police Department to stop using military vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades. Thank you so much for your time.
Hi, my name is Nasa Galati. I live in Fulton County, zip code 30318. I would like to submit public comments showing my support to increase the food truck program in the city of Atlanta so that it's easier to legally operate a food truck, so that food truck villages can travel to different parts of the city, focusing on food deserts and city parks, and to help restaurant owners affected by COVID-19 start a business that's better suited to social distancing. I think this is vital to the economy of the city of Atlanta, and without food trucks, restaurants, and other establishments that provide food and beverage to the citizens, the economy in Atlanta would decrease fundamentally, and we would lose thousands of jobs. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Christine Davis, and I'm calling about the resolution requesting Atlanta Police to stop using military vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades. I would definitely like to see that in place. There's been a lot of brutality that's been happening in this country, a lot of racial tension, and I know a lot of mistrust in police officers. And I have a relative who is a police officer. I know that it doesn't require military-style equipment, guerrilla warfare equipment in order to do their job. Most of the calls that they call to are nonviolent, but they become violent because of escalation, and one of the reasons for escalation is because of this equipment. So I, as a citizen, am urging Atlanta Police Department to stop using military-style vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades to disperse protests. I'd like to see them limit the use of tear gas, unless all of the options are utilized. And I'd like to see prohibited the use of LRADs in residential communities. Thank you.
My name is Isabel Baladin. I am calling to support the resolution that prevents APD, Atlanta Police Department, from using military-grade equipment. I am a young person. I am 19, and my friends and I have been tear gassed. We have seen tanks outside of the Capitol. It is threatening. It is menacing. This is not support. This is not safety. This is not how we build community, and I'm vehemently opposed to have military-grade equipment for APD. Thank you very much, and I hope that you vote to stop threatening your constituents.
Hi, my name's Erin, and I'm
a citizen of Atlanta, Georgia. I'm calling because I know you guys have a meeting on Monday, and I'm calling to support that APD stop using military vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades to disperse protests. I support the limit the use of tear gas until all other options are utilized, and prohibit the use of LRADs in residential communities. So yeah, I support the stop of military vehicles, rubber bullets, stun grenades on protesters, to limit the use of tear gas until other options are utilized, and prohibit the use of LRADs in residential communities. I also want to speak to the food truck program. I support making it easier to legally operate a food truck. I support to establish a food truck village that would travel to different parts of the city, focusing on food, desserts, and city parks. And I support to help restaurant owners and entrepreneurs affected by COVID-19 to start a business better suited to social distancing. Please do your part.
Hi, my name is Kathleen Primrose. I'm calling in support of the resolution that requests Atlanta Police Department to stop using military vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades. I'm in full support of it, and I hope that the City Council will move to enact this. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alexandra Lampert, and I'm calling from Southwest Atlanta. I'm calling in support of a resolution requesting APD to stop using military vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades to disperse protesters. I also support that resolution requests APD to limit the use of tear gas until after all other options have been exhausted. And I support prohibiting the use of LRADs in residential communities. Currently, tear gas is used frequently on protesters who I should add are protesting peacefully, and I think it's unethical to use tear gas at all. If for whatever immoral reason our city insists that a chemical weapon outlawed by the Geneva Convention for using in war is somehow necessary to use against our own citizens, it should only be used as a last resort. But I think the fact that so many of you on City Council have not specifically challenged the use of tear gas against our own citizens shows a lack of moral courage from each of you. Second, I'm calling to voice my support for the resolution that seeks to establish a food truck program for our city. Given that all of the safety issues that our culinary industry faces because of the pandemic, food trucks offer a much safer way to sell food for both customers and staff. And we need all of the business opportunities we can get right now. And this one would open up a lot of doors for a lot of people who need income. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Casey Serrano, and I am a constituent from the Edgewood neighborhood here in Atlanta. I'm just calling to let the City Council know that I think that the resolution requesting the City of Atlanta to establish a food truck program is a really important program to help alleviate food insecurity in different parts of the city by hopefully bringing more fresh, high-quality food to these areas so that we can work as a city to lessen the impact of food deserts on vulnerable communities. So I hope that everyone on the City Council votes yes for this. Thank you.
Good morning. This is Nicholas Clark of Zone 6 in Park. Been a resident for about 8 years now. First in regards to response to Friday night, I think it's pretty clear that places like Grand Park and Inman Park that have been affected by police over violence and over controlling of protests this summer and recently this weekend. It's not what we want in our neighborhood. We don't want the police bringing in rubber bullets, tear gas, especially LRADs. If that's what it's going to continue to be, the atmosphere they're going to be creating for really no reason but to stop peaceful protests, there's no really reason for the residents to keep living in these places and paying the exorbitant rent and house prices that are the new normal in Atlanta. So please stop using tear gas, stop using rubber bullets, stop using LRADs. We don't want these in our neighborhood. There's no reason, and it's becoming almost like a domestic terrorist situation. Second of all, we also want to address the food truck situation in Atlanta. We're desperately behind a lot of major cities There's so much red tape and unnecessary regulations that are prohibiting entrepreneurs and upstarts from really blossoming into the successes that they're supposed to be. So please address some of the red tape regulations and building issues that prohibit food trucks to operate as well as they do in other major cities. Thanks for your time.
Hello, my name is Chuhan Luo. I live in East Atlanta Village, and I've been following the protests this week after the Breonna Taylor ruling, and I'm concerned about the degree at which we've been responding with police force against the protesters. I support the resolution to reduce the use of stun grenades and rubber bullets and tear gas. I think a lot of the recommendations from the has been around changing so that the police are more protective of the citizenry rather than sort of against bad guys. And I think it's problematic that we are treating citizens who are demonstrating as problematic in a way where we're not protecting them. So just wanted to support that resolution.
My name is Alex Ayers. I'm calling to show my support for a resolution that will be introduced tomorrow during the Atlanta City Council's Public Safety Committee. I wholeheartedly agree that the Atlanta Police Department should stop using military vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades. We've also heard that APD is using tear gas with quote-unquote special sauce that's coming in over the scanners. Using these military-style weapons against citizens exercising their First Amendment right to free speech is just going against democracy. These options should be only used as a last resort. This is the land of the free and the home of the brave. Using these weapons against your own people is anything but brave.
Hello, my name is Casey Serrano, and I'm a constituent from the Edgewood neighborhood here in Atlanta. And I hope that every single member of the council can see the bitter irony of protesters taking to the streets to protest police brutality and the devastating effects it has had on Black and brown communities nationwide and here in Atlanta for centuries now, and being met with more police brutality, being met with tear gas, with rubber bullets, stun grenades, shows of military force, and just other obscenely violent tactics to stop people from protesting the violence they are routinely subjected to. Therefore, it is imperative that the council vote yes on the resolution requesting the Atlanta PD to stop using military vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades against protesters specifically, but really in all instances, and go further than just requesting this through a resolution, but really begin to push for changes to actually reform and change the policy of the Atlanta Police Department. The City Council must withhold funds as a means to stop the increasing militarization and brutality of the police department. And even this reform is not really going far enough, and the long-term goal should be to eventually defund the Atlanta Police Department and create more resources that respond to community needs in nonviolent ways that are friendly and open to all residents, not just the wealthy white ones. Thank you for your time, and I really hope the Atlanta City Council can begin to look past these archaic, racist, white supremacist means of controlling our communities and look forward to newer, more humane, and more ethical ways to help uplift our communities rather than continue to push them down. Have a good day.
Hi, my name is Chip Diggle. I'm an Atlanta resident of Cabbagetown. I'm calling today to once again ask the City Council to increase their efforts to demilitarize the Atlanta Police Department. In the past, Ordinance 20-1450, weapons like tear gas, LRADs, rubber bullets, and stun guns and stun grenades have no place in our community when the APD has repeatedly used them time and time again against peaceful citizens. Our city is a community and should not be treated like a war zone. I also want to call on council to support Resolution 20R4370 and abolish citizens' arrests in Georgia. I'd also like to see the council expand the hours for public comment because the new restricted hours are making it very difficult for me to participate due to my work hours. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Irina Zolachukina, and I'm a resident of Old Fourth Ward in District 2. I've been hearing incredibly disturbing reports of frivolous arrests and intense violence against peaceful protesters marching in Atlanta over this past week. Why are peaceful marches being thwarted by the police? How is this not a blatant violation of First Amendment rights? It's absolutely appalling that the APD will not be held accountable and will continue to act with impunity. I hope that the City Council can recognize their part in this. This is the organization that you decided to fund with our tax dollars. In continuing to fund the APD, the mayor and the City Council are not only complicit in this kind of behavior, but also acting as enablers of it. As members of the Public Safety Committee, I expect you to be seeking answers on the behalf of your constituents from the mayor and the APD. I'm outraged that no one is speaking out publicly to condemn this kind of police violence against peaceful protesters, which has been well documented, if not in this instance, but definitely over the past few months. This kind of misconduct only further damages the relationship between the police and the communities that they are supposed to serve and protect. People have the right to feel safe exercising their First Amendment rights to march peacefully. I know your committee is addressing this to a certain extent today with the introduction of Ordinance 20I-1450, and I'd like to express general support for the ordinance, although I don't really understand why the language is so delicate and cowardly evades directly banning the use of military-style vehicles and the use of rubber bullets and stun grenades, but instead politely, quote, request to pursue the cessation of, end quote, those things. I would urge you to amend the language, otherwise the ordinance just appears to be haphazard. And I'd also like to ask you to put pressure on the mayor and the interim police chief to address the violations of citizens' rights and the ongoing violence against peaceful protesters. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Katie Boulward. I live in Buckhead. I wanted to call to show my support for the resolution talking about stopping using military-style vehicles and rubber bullets and stun grenades against protesters. And we need to stop treating protesters like an enemy force. It's definitely unacceptable. Thank you.
My name is Sue Gilman, and I am calling in support of the resolution requesting that the Atlanta Police Department not use military vehicles, stun grenades, and rubber bullets. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Hello, my name is Derek Hagood of Midtown Atlanta. I'm calling to throw my support behind a resolution being put forth on Monday that APD stop using military vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades on its citizens, stop using tear gas on its citizens, and prohibit the use of LRADs in residential communities. These weapons aren't suitable to be used on our worst of enemies, much less innocent people that are just establishing their First Amendment right to protest, spread their message of peace and unity and equality amongst the community. I would also like to support a movement to establish a food truck program here within the city. As we continue forward, it's important for us to think of small businesses and how they can best help the communities around them, especially with zero contact and limiting the amount of ways that people can contract the coronavirus moving forward. That is all. Please listen to your constituents. These are the people who gave you the power that you have. Make the right decisions.
Hi, this is Charlotte Newman, constituent in the city of Atlanta.
and I'm urging you, the City Council, to support the resolution that requests that APD stop using military vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades to disperse protesters. I'm also urging you to support the resolution seeking the City of Atlanta to establish a food truck program to be introduced to the Public Safety Committee. These make it easier to legally operate food trucks and help restaurant owners and entrepreneurs affected by COVID-19. Thank you.
Hello, Atlanta City Council. This is Andrea Smith. I live in Fulton County, and I am calling on behalf of two resolutions today. One of them is to express my support for the food truck program to be established in the city of Atlanta. This would make it a lot easier to legally operate a food truck, establish a food truck village that would travel to different parts of the city, focusing on food deserts and city parks, and also help restaurant owners and entrepreneurs affected by COVID-19 start a business better to social distancing. This would be great, and I fully support this and ask you to do the same. The second resolution that I'm calling for you to please support and pass is for the APD stop using military vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades in general and specifically during the protests. For the most part, these protests are peaceful. It has become clear that the APD is using these methods, these very violent and grotesque methods against peaceful protesters, and this is incredibly wrong. We asked with this resolution, that the APD stop using military-style vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades to disperse protests, limit the use of tear gas until all other options are utilized, and prohibit the use of LRADs in residential communities. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Hello, this is Jasmine Gomez. I'm a Midtown Atlanta resident. I wanted to call to give my support for a resolution that's requesting APD stop using military vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades. I also wanted to show my support for a resolution that is asking to request that you establish a food truck program. When I lived in Austin, Texas, that was a huge boost to the economy there, and it does make it really easy for people to start businesses and support, at-risk communities. So I think that's a great resolution, both of them. Let's do it.
Hi, my name is Aaron Bauer, and I'm a resident of the Westview neighborhood in Southwest Atlanta. And I just wanted to leave public comment on the two resolutions that are being discussed by the council. The first, support of the resolution that would ban the use of rubber bullets and other militarized forces by APD. This is a police force that's supposed to work with the community and protect them instead of use military objects to terrorize them. And, this isn't the U.S. military, so they shouldn't have access to this type of materials anyway. And, the use of tear gas has been banned by warfare, so it shouldn't be used on peaceful protesters that are exercising their right to gather. And if the police have an issue with that, that's on them, not our citizens. And then the second resolution is I would like to voice support for the ones that make it easier to allow food trucks to pop up. I'm surprised that it took, this long for this to happen. I really thought this resolution had been passed already, especially in the time where many restaurants are closing down because of COVID-19 and, how serious we have to take it. So I just wanted to lend my voice in support of that. And finally, I just want to say that I really do think that the council should allow for more hours of public comment, especially for people who work non-traditional jobs who may not be able to fit their voice during this limited window. But I thank you very much for allowing me to do so. Have a good one.
Hi, my name is Skylar Nagao. I'm a resident of Old Fourth Ward, and I was calling to leave a comment about tomorrow's resolution. I wanted to request that the Atlanta Police Department stop using military vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades, especially for the dispersal of protests. On one side, I think I was just observing a protest that as far as I can tell, seemed to be quite peaceful walking down North Highland and Inman Park, and watched police, without any warning, start tackling what I believe to be a bunch of teenagers and younger, and immediately arresting them, and unfortunately blocking the street for 50 minutes instead of allowing them to just keep on walking through. This felt like a pretty quick reaction, and I feel like it's on the same lines of using higher levels of force for what I think are often much more controllable scenarios than how they've been reacting lately. Personally, I don't feel a lot safer, especially when I see things like military vehicles rolling through my neighborhood and flashing lights on for much longer. The protest to me is much more innocuous, and at worst, it's a noise disturbance for me usually, and at best, it's what I feel like is a group of people expressing their free speech. So yeah, I hope you'll take this seriously. I'll be paying attention to how my council members are voting, and I'll see what happens tomorrow, I guess. Thanks.
Hi, I'm calling in regards to the use of APD, use of rubber bullets and stun grenades, and basically all the other military-grade weapons that they are using against protesters. Most of the time, these are peaceful protesters who are arrested or assaulted under the assumption that they are doing something that they are not. And I think that it's a disgrace that this is where we're at right now with our public discourse. We have a lot of social issues happening, and the public has asked for the local government to take a look at how the police spending is used, how policing tactics are developed and utilized. And I think it's, we all are a little exhausted at the lack of action, and would really appreciate y'all stepping in and doing the right thing here and doing something to limit the dangerous tactics that they're using against peaceful protesters who are completely out-armed and posing very little threat to anyone. And I know this. I've been to these protests. I've been at a lot of these gatherings and seen the tactics that these police use, and they're antagonistic, and they don't function well for the city or the people in it. And I think that we're all a little tired and exhausted at this point, and we would really appreciate y'all doing something about it. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Alexandra Wensling. I am a resident in Midtown Atlanta. I'm just calling to voice my opinion prior to the meeting on Monday in order to express what I think the Atlanta Police Department should not be allowed to use military-style vehicles or rubber bullets or stun grenades to disperse protesters. That's an excessive use of force for all of the protests that I've seen and that I've participated in. I'd also like to ask that the use of tear gas be limited until all other options have been utilized, or not at all, because that's also an excessive use of force for every protest that I've witnessed or participated in since about May or June. I hope you guys will take these comments seriously, and please be aware that we are all paying attention to who our council members are and how they are voting on these matters. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rachel Clark. I'm a resident of the West End Historic District of Atlanta. I'm calling to voice my concerns with the use of military vehicles, rubber bullets, and stun grenades at protests and civil engagement initiatives across the city. The use of these tactics is a cruel and absurd use of force against our civilians who have every right to protest the inhumanity that have plagued us for months, years, generations. APD needs to stop playing with our citizens' lives so carelessly. These are our neighbors, brothers and sisters, and community leaders, not playing pieces in their stick game. Thanks. Have a great day.
Okay. That was our last public comment for today. So we'll now move on to our consent agenda as we move forward. And we will now take up items on the consent agenda, which are claims that are favorable and unfavorable. So we'll start with items 1 through 10, which all come forth as favorable claims. And so, Ms. Linda, we don't have to read those. We just have to take those in as a motion. Is that correct?
That's correct, Madam Chair.
All right. So, is there a second? I'll
Winslow, second.
Ms. Winslow, please go ahead and second. All right, we're ready for the vote. Ms. Lindo?
One moment.
Mr. Bond, how do you vote? Mr. Bond?
I voted on the computer.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Bond. Thank you. Sorry.
You're welcome.
All right. Madam Chair, that vote is 7 yeas, 0 nays. Those items are favorable.
All right. The motion carries. We will now move to items 11 through 38, which are claims that are unfavorable. So I'll make a motion to approve for the unfavorable. Is there a second?
Plato, you want to second it?
I'll
second it, yes.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Lindo, we're ready for the vote.
Madam Chair, the vote is open. A moment. The vote is closed. We have 6 yeas, 0 nays. Those are adverse. We don't have a vote for Mr. Correct. That's 7 yeas, 0 nays, Madam Chair. The vote is adverse.
Okay. Thank you. We're now on our regular agenda. Ordinance for second read. Can you sound number 1, Ms. Lindo?
Yes, Madam Chair. That's ordinance 20-1598. This is ordinance by Councilmember Natwan M. Archibong to amend Chapter 10, Article 2, Section 94A of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances so as to provide an exemption from the distance requirements for establishments selling alcohol beverages for consumption on the premises listed in Section 1088 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances for Charlie Yates Golf Course, operated by Yates Golf Course, LLC, and for other purposes.
Thank you. Is Ms. Archibong here by chance, or is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve. This is Smith.
Winslow, second.
All right, there's a motion and a second. We're ready for the vote, Ms. Lindo.
One moment. Please vote. The vote is closed. 7 yeas, 0 nays. That item is favorable.
Thank you. We'll now move to item number 2. Ms. Lindo, would you sound that, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. That's ordinance 20-1599. This is an ordinance by Councilmember J.P. Mazakai authorizing the payment of $22,240 from the Chastain Amphitheater Park Improvement Trust Fund to the Atlanta Police Foundation for safety improvements on Chastain Memorial Park Drive and in Chastain Park and for other purposes.
Is there a motion?
Motion to approve, Filoki.
All right, I think that's Mr. Filoki to motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second, Hillis.
All right, second by Hillis. We're ready for the vote, Ms. Lindo.
The vote is open.
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you.
One moment. The vote is closed. 7 yeas, 0 nays. That item is favorable. And Madam Chair, that's a dual referral, and that will be forwarded to Community Development and Human Services Committee.
All right, thank you. We are now at item number 3. I believe we have an amendment. Is that correct, Ms. Linda?
That's correct, Madam Chair. It's been amended to remove the 9th whereas clause, just referring to the NPU, because the NPU will actually vote on the license.
Before we move, let's just make a vote to take a motion to bring the amendment forward, please.
Madam Chair, if I may sound it first.
Okay, go ahead.
That's Ordinance 20-1604. This is an ordinance by Councilmember Natla M. Archibong to amend Chapter 10, Article 2, Section 1093B of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances so as to provide an exemption from the distance requirement listed in Section 1088.1 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances for one package store licensed to sell malt beverages, wine, and distilled spirits at 1989 Hosea L. Williams Drive Northeast and for other purposes.
All right, thank you. Now, is there a motion to amend?
So moved. Smith.
Winslow, second. All right, there's a motion and a second to amend. We're ready for the vote, Ms. Lindo.
One moment. The vote is open. The vote is closed. 7 yeas, 0 nays. That item has been amended.
All right, is there discussion on this particular item? I think, Ms. Lindo, you pretty much explained it. It's pretty self-explanatory, but if anyone else have comment, if not, I'll make a motion to support as amended.
Second, Smith.
Thank you. We're ready for the vote.
The vote is open.
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote? In favor? Thank you.
The vote is open. Please vote.
Who has not voted? I think Ms. Winslow second, right?
Okay. I don't know if I seconded or if it was in favor. I can't remember.
You got it.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, that vote is favorable as amended. 7 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you. We're now to resolutions. Item number 4. Ms. Lindo, can you sound that, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. That's Resolution 20R-4369. This is a resolution by Councilmember Andrea Obu to correct Resolution 20R-4111, which authorized the settlement of all claims against the City of Atlanta in the case of Kimberly Gertman versus City of Atlanta, civil action file number listed herein, in the amount of $50,000.00, authorizing the payment of $50,000 to be charged to and paid from accounts listed herein, and authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to distribute the settlement amount and for other purposes.
Is there a motion?
Move approval.
Second. Winslow, second. Okay. Boone approved, Winslow second. Okay, we got it. We're ready for the vote.
The vote is open, Madam Chair. The vote is closed. 7 yeas, 0 nays. That item is favorable.
All right, motion carries. We'll now go to item number 5. Ms. Lindo, would you sound that, please?
Madam Chair, that's Resolution 20R-4370. This is a resolution by Council Members Andrea Boone, Joyce M. Shepherd, Cleta Winslow, Destin Hillis, Michael Julian Bond, Antonio Brown, Carla Smith, Marcy Collier Overstreet, Andre Dickens, Matt Westmoreland, Amir Faroki, Jennifer Ide, and J.P. Mazakai, urging the Georgia General Assembly to to adopt House Bill 1203, repealing Article 4, Chapter 4, Title 17 of the Official Code of Georgia, and amending Title 17, 35, and 43 to prohibit arrest by private persons or other authorities not identified as a peace officer and for other purposes.
Move approval, Madam Chair Winslow.
Second, Smith.
All right. All right, we're ready for the vote. Thank you.
The vote is open. Please vote. Mr. Bond, please vote. The vote's closed. 7 yeas, 0 nays. That item is favorable. Madam Chair, that was also a dual referral and be referred to SEC.
All right, thank you. We're now moved to item number 6. And you'll read it in, but that's an amendment also, so go ahead and read it in, Ms. Lindo.
Yes, Madam Chair, that's Resolution 20R 4373. This is a resolution by Councilmember Andrew Boone authorizing the reappointment of City of Atlanta Police Department Training and Quality Insurance Manager Derek Davis under Section 3-505A of the Charter of the City of Atlanta and for other purposes. And this item, Madam Chair, is amended just to insert the account number from which the compensation will be paid.
All right. Is there a motion? I'll make a motion.
I'll second it, Madam Chair.
All right. Ms. Lindo, we're ready for the vote.
The vote is open. Please vote. The vote is closed. 7 yeas, 0 nays. That item has been amended.
Thank you. We're now entertaining a motion to accept as amended. I'll make that motion.
Winslow, second.
Thank you. We're ready for the vote, Ms. Lindo.
The vote is open. Please vote. The vote is closed. 7 yeas, 0 nays. That item is favorable as amended. Madam Chair, this is also a dual referral, and this will be going to the SEC as well.
Thank you, Ms. Lindo. We're now at item number 7. Could you sound that, please?
Yes, Madam Chair, that's Resolution 20R 4415. This is a resolution by Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee to rescind Resolution 20R 4219 and authorizing payment in the amount of $22,000 in settlement of the property damage claim of Tawana Meekin against the City of Atlanta and for other purposes.
Move approval, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there a second? I'll second. We're ready for the vote, Ms. Lindo.
The vote is open, Madam Chair. Please vote.
We're waiting on Mr. Bond. Okay, got it. There you go. You got it.
The vote is closed. 7 yeas, 0 nays. That item is favorable.
Thank you. We're now at item number 8. Ms. Lindo, would you sound that, please?
Yes, Madam Chair, that's Resolution 20R 4416. This is a resolution by Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee authorizing the settlement of all claims against defendants in the case of Jared Bugsy versus Department of Watershed Management in the amount of $20,384.00 and authorizing the settlement amount to be charged to and paid from accounts herein, and authorizing the chief financial officer to distribute the settlement amount and for other purposes.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Motion to approval, Winslow. I second it, George Shepherd.
The vote is open. Please vote. The vote closed, 7 yeas, 0 nays. That item is favorable.
Thank you. We have two papers up under held that are coming off. They're items number 17 and number 18. So, Ms. Lindo, can you go ahead and sound number 17, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. That's ordinance 20-1577. This is an ordinance by Councilmember Amir Faroki to amend Chapter 10, Article 2, Section 10-94 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances in order to provide an exemption from the difference requirements to a private residence set forth in Section 10-88A for on-premises consumption for 1660 DeKalb Avenue, Northeast, Atlanta, Georgia, and for other purposes.
All right.
Madam Chair, thank you, Madam Chair. This is Councilmember Faroki. This is a exemption to the distance through which a brew pub can sit to your residences, supported by the Neighborhood Association. Motion to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Faroki. Is there a second? Who's second? Is that Cletus?
Winslow.
Okay. Motion by Mr. Faroki, second by Cletus. We're ready for the vote.
The vote is open, Madam Chair. Please vote.
Mr. Bond. Thank you.
The vote is closed. 7 yeas, 0 nays. That item is favorable.
All right, our last one is item number 18. And we can read it, but I believe there's a substitute that's being brought forth. Is that correct, Ms. Lindo?
Yes, Madam Chair. The substitute is substantially different. So if I may read in the substitute?
Go ahead.
Okay, that's 20R 4315. It's a resolution by Councilmember Antonio Brown and substituted by the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee, authorizing the scheduling of a series of no fewer than 3 public hearings to be conducted before the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee, during which the Department of Parks and Recreation, the Department of City Planning, and the Department of Finance, Office of Revenue, as well as outside stakeholders such as the Atlanta Street Coalition and the Fulton and DeKalb County Board of Health shall be invited to present information.
Please mute your phones if you're not talking. If you're not talking, please mute your phone. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Ms. Lindo.
Would you like me to begin again? Or? Okay, well, this is, I don't know where we start. The Department of City Planning, Department of Finance, Office of Revenue, as well as outside stakeholders such as the Atlanta Street Coalition and the Fulton and DeKalb County Board of Health shall be invited to present information which may inform the Atlanta City Council's consideration of potential amendments to the City of Atlanta's public property food truck regulations at Chapter 30, Article 23, public property vending, and for other purposes. And this is the substitute.
All right. Is Mr. Brown available?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm on the line.
Okay, you want to speak to your resolution, and then we have a couple other people who want to speak. Thank you.
Sure, no problem, Madam Chair.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, but a point of information, I'm sorry. Madam Chair, to discuss the substitute, should we bring the substitute forward?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I jumped ahead. I'm sorry. Motion to bring the substitute forward. I'll make that motion. Is there a second?
Second, Faroki.
Second by Mr. Faroki. We're now ready for the vote, Ms. Lindo.
One moment, Madam Chair. The vote is open. Ms. Winslow?
In favor.
Madam Chair, this is Smith, and my connection to the remote PC was lost. We are trying to connect again, so my vote is yay.
One moment, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Smith. 7 yeas, 0 nays. The substitute is on the floor. All right, Mr. Brown.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair. Colleagues, this is a revision that was provided by the Law Department to cure some of the confusion around the initial resolution that was presented before this body. I wasn't able to be on the call because of some confusion the last time, but just to kind of give some history on how we've got here today. I had a conversation with Commissioner King probably about 8 months ago around revamping the city's program for food trucks to create more of an equitable opportunity in the city for individuals that were looking to enter into the street food vending space, that they had adequate opportunity to do so. And through some of the research, we determined that there was a lot of opportunity where we could expand the program and really look at a way to make it more advantageous towards the vendors, where right now the process is somewhat cumbersome and they have to go through a lot of things even to get their license to be able to vend and sell food out of a food truck. So through this entire process, Commissioner Keene and I spoke, and I had started working on a resolution to start having these conversations so we could create a comprehensive food truck program within Atlanta. And through this process, we determined that there was opportunities for city departments like Parks and Recs to work with the Atlanta Street Food Coalition to establish designated areas within our parks where food trucks could vend, but also working with the Office of Planning on expanding the purview of where food trucks could gather, and also looking into the potential of creating food truck villages similar to the village right now on the private property over in Howell Mill. So that's what this legislation does. It basically brings together the city departments as well as the Atlanta Street Food Coalition and the Fulton County and DeKalb County health departments, so we can all work together to figure out how to strengthen this city program. Now, Commissioner Keene reached out to me today. He informed me that they have already been working with the Atlanta Street Food Coalition on developing other opportunity that exists within the program, and that he's going to be submitting legislation in the next 30 days to speak to whatever they have been working on. We thought it would be a lot more comprehensive and proactive if we started to have work sessions where these different vested interests could come together to determine the best comprehensive food truck program for the city of Atlanta. And that's kind of where we are now. So this legislation would allow these work sessions to happen, and then from there we would revisit the code, the city code, in determining how we could revise it to reflect whatever comes from these work sessions that we will have within the city of Atlanta. So, Madam Chair, that is the legislation and the background on it.
Thank you. I know we have two people in queue to speak, and that's Commissioner King and also Commissioner LaShondra Burks from the Parks Department. And so I just want to get clarity before I let both of them speak, is that you're looking at a comprehensive program not only for food trucks that are already out there, because we do have food trucks programs out there, but you want to expand it and your focus is also expanded not only on the streets or in private entities and public right-of-ways, but also possibly in parks. Am I get clear on what you're asking for?
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair. The existing program now that the city has developed or has been put in place, it was a program that Attorney Amber Robinson worked on along with the Office of Planning, and they put together this, this designated area right now where food trucks can vend. But what we've realized through some of the research we've done, it's not the way that the program is set up now. It's not sustainable for the food truck vendors, and they're not able to really reach the audience they need to have a true business that they can sustain year over year.
Okay. All right. I'll thank you. I'm going to let Commissioner King and then Ms. Burke speak after this. So go ahead, Mr. King. Commissioner King, are you there?
Shepard, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Oh, good. Thank you. Thank you for having me. I'll start by perhaps stating the obvious, and that is that the City of Atlanta for many years has recognized the value and contribution of food trucks and other vending and its contribution in many ways. Council members, some of you will remember years ago there was amendments to the zoning ordinance to permit food trucks on private property, and therefore there are food truck rodeos or villages that pop up around the city on private property here and there, depending on demand and interest. More recently, a few years ago, we wanted to enliven South Downtown and the area around City Hall, but the larger area of South Downtown, and work with the food trucks to create locations for them to serve all these employees that need lunch downtown, and that went very well. This was several years ago. Early this year, we kind of cold called the Food Truck Coalition and Street Food Coalition and said, what do you most need now to expand your services? And in those discussions, this was pre-COVID, they said, we need more locations and we'd like to work on the permitting process. Those are the two top priorities. So we first started working on expanding their locations. And the way to do that is to expand their ability to operate within the public right-of-way. So in earnest, since about May, we've been working with our DOT to change our permitting process within the public right-of-way to allow them in a much larger part of the city, obviously on commercial streets, but a much larger geography of the city, so that they have many more options, and they're hugely supportive of that. And then we'll work on the permitting process as well. This is based on what they suggested were their priorities to us. So when Councilmember Brown had mentioned this to me before, and his support for whatever the city can do to better support food trucks, a general resolution in that regard is certainly just fine. I mean, we support that. We support this and have for many years. The concern I have is the resolution has now gotten more specific and is asking us to do certain things that, in fact, I think would delay the progress that we're making with the food trucks and the ordinance that we've been working on to expand their footprint in the city. So my concern at this point is it's become more than a general recognition of the importance of food trucks and the city's role in making them successful, and become something that actually could delay the work that we've been doing with the Food Truck Coalition and Street Food Coalition for many months. So, Councilmember, that's my initial thought on it.
So how long, Mr. King, do you think before you all will be rolling something out specifically?
Well, we're very close. I mean, it's going to be within the next 30 days, as I mentioned to Councilmember Brown today. So we're close to submitting something to council for consideration.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to hear from Ms. Burks from the Park Department, please. Ms. Burks, are you there?
Sure, yes, I'm here. Thank you, Madam Chair, Councilmember Shepherd, and members of the committee. Just wanted to pretty much echo what Commissioner Tim Keene has said. I do want to share that there is currently a process that food vendors can use in order to vend in parks. Right now, there is a process through our special permit process that they can go through in order to get a permit to vend in parks. Outside of that, our concern really is that we are attracting from the park.
You're kind of distracted, Ms. Burke. You're kind of distracted. I don't know if you're just at your phone, so you can't quite hear you clearly.
Okay, I'm just. Can you hear me better now?
Okay, keep talking. I think so.
Okay. It may be that someone else's phone is unmuted as well, because I can still hear other background noises.
I mean, it's not. Is anybody else's phone unmuted? If you're not talking, please mute your phone. If you're not talking, please mute your phone. Thank you, Ms. Burke. Try again.
Okay, is that better now?
I think so. Thank you.
Okay, great. And so I'll go back, if I can, to just kind of share what we currently have in place for possible food trucks to use our process around our special event permit, and which some of them actually do use that process. And we have been working very closely with Commissioner Tim Keene on the process that they have been working on, and certainly support that. The issue with doing more in parks really is related to the ability to keep our parks clean on a consistent basis. One of the things that we have seen over the last few months is certainly an increase in our parks, as well as an increase in trash in the parks. And the staff has worked exceptionally hard and spent longer hours in parks cleaning them recently due to the increased usage that we have seen. And we just feel as if by changing the process that we currently have that allows truck vending in the park, to increase that ability will really, really take away from our resources to keep the parks clean. So, again, we certainly support the process that Commissioner Keene is moving forward with, and would most definitely make that as our recommendation as well.
All right. Thank you. The park piece...
Madam Chair, I have a question at the appropriate time. This is Winslow.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to say something, and then I promise I'll have you right after that, okay?
That's fine. I'm okay.
Okay. So I have some concerns about the park, too, in terms of capacity and also crowd control. I have a couple of food trucks already in my district who are doing very well, but it can get to be a parking issue, becomes a destination spot, it becomes a lot of other things. And the other concern I have, in addition to the trash, is, one of the things that we are still talking about is how we can get some officers who are specifically their job is to completely police the parks department in terms of accountability for what goes on in the park. So I'm not saying that I'm opposed to this. I just got a lot of concerns and questions around it. So I'm gonna shut up. Ms. Winslow, go ahead.
Yeah. And I have some similar concerns, but in addition to that, since we've been going through the pandemic, we've still got about another six or 8 months that we'll have to come out of this. And I'm already starting to see empty storefronts, okay, in certain areas of my commercial corridors, and that's really concerning to me. And I think food trucks are wonderful. They've had them out at Fort McPherson, where Councilmember Shepherd, worked on that, and we left City Hall and went out there and really enjoyed ourselves. They had some New Orleans gumbo and, you know, different trucks, you know, so it creates a nice ambiance. And I know that Invest Atlanta has been really trying to save a lot of brick storefront businesses to keep them from going under. And so what I'm hoping is that this great idea started before the pandemic, but that I don't want it to run out. Those people who are in storefronts in commercial areas in each of our districts and run out those businesses, you know, because with trucks, it's a little different. You know, you don't have the same overhead that you have with a brick building or just a building in itself. And so those are the concerns and the angst that I'm having in my head. I don't want us to move too fast. I think probably when the commissioner was talking about this, you know, we had a robust economy. We no longer have a robust economy. In about 3 months or 4 months, people are going to be sitting out on the street because they're going to be evicted from their homes and their apartments. So I think we need to slow this train down so that truck vendors are not competing with people who are renting facilities in our commercial districts, and you know, we're helping one, but then the other one starts suffering. So I think we need to be wise in terms of slowing down the train and really looking at the economy and what's going to happen, you know, over the next, you know, really 6 months to a year. And so that's the angst that I have. I want to get the Georgia Restaurant Association. I'd like to get them involved to see what they say, because it's not just this one group of vendors that has a say-so. It's also their competition, their competitors, which is the restaurant industry. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. I'm going to recognize Mr. Bond, and then I see Mr. Faroki, and then I'm going to recognize Mr. Brown again because he wants to speak. And then at some point, I also want the law department to come in and weigh in on this. So, Mr. Bond, I'm going to let you go, and then after that, Mr. Faroki. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Brown, for introducing this paper. But I'd like to ask the commissioners, probably Commissioner King, a question. When we zoned on private property for food trucks, we did exactly that because of the concerns that Councilmember Winslow just explained. So in your work, Commissioner, have you all looked at the proximity to brick and mortar standalone businesses as to where these food trucks might go? And have you had any conversations with, the Georgia Restaurant Association per se, because they were very involved with the last time?
Line unmuted.
Commissioner King.
Are we still there?
Mr. King, can you hear?
Councilmember Bond, yes, and Councilmember Winslow. Good points and good questions. The situation with obviously the retail industry and restaurants in particular as a result of COVID is certainly acknowledged and widespread and troublesome and all those things. We very cognizant of that. The problem with the restaurant industry right now and what's happening within business districts in every city, but including Atlanta, is something that's going to require all of us to work on. It is not, however, the result, of course, of food trucks. It's the result of many other things. Councilmember Bond, we have work with everyone, including the Restaurant Association, on any amendments that we make to our food truck program, them specifically. And the reason for that is, as you say, Councilmember Bond, we want to be thoughtful about all the businesses that are affected by each other's operations, and that includes looking at where there are existing restaurants, operating such that we're not creating competition that's unfair. So all of those things have been under consideration, and we would address with you before we bring any legislation or when we bring any legislation forward.
Okay, well, follow-up to that is, in light of Mr. Brown's paper, have you all considered any of the issues in his paper in your discussion so far?
Well, the Councilmember Brown, as I understand it, is proposing that the city have a food truck program. I would argue that we do and have. The point of increasing opportunities for food trucks is absolutely addressed by the legislation we've been working on. The issue of improving the permitting process is something that we had identified with the Food Truck Coalition as the second priority, which we will have already started working on, but we'll be ready for legislation after the location legislation that we've got that's imminent. So I think, yes, there are things in there that we've either addressed or are addressing. I think the point of we need to always do better is a good one. And the general support for finding ways to enable small business to operate more nimbly and more simply is something that we always got to work on. So I think that idea is a very good one. I just am concerned that a resolution that starts to get specific could, in fact, delay some of the things that we've been working on this very industry to solve.
Okay, you all introduced an ordinance, obviously, right?
Yeah, that's right. Ours would be an ordinance. That's correct.
Or it would be an ordinance. Okay, let me ask Acting Commissioner Parks, Ms. Burks, specifically in and around the parks. I know you mentioned issues of trying to keep it clean and keep them clean, but where do you envision something like a food truck going in certain areas? I know that we have parks of various sizes and there's various popular demand depending on which park you're at, because obviously some parks are so passive that it wouldn't be worth anyone's while other than the occasional ice cream truck to go by. But have you all thought at all or have you considered at all where you might have these food trucks that also maybe just in what might be considered the parks that might have Class A festival status or something like that?
Councilman.
Yeah.
Councilman Bond? Yes. Thank you for that question. So I want to just first mention, you bring up very good points. Some parts, of course, would be far more appealing to people than others, as well as the fact that people may be interested in tagging on to a very large festival or event that's going on at a park, which is one of the reasons now the way it's done is through our special events permit process, because that gives us several things. One, it lets us know if anything else is happening at the park that people are interested in being a part of. If there's already an event there, we can maybe connect them with the event organizers. But it also allows us to have a security plan in place, because when you start talking about money exchanging hands in parks, a huge safety issue comes up. And then when we have a special events permit, we know where to focus our resources, because a part of that permit fee includes what it takes to have staff there to clean before, during, and after a big event, that one may be having. So that's why the special events permit process, we think, is the best process, because we've looked at this before as well a few years ago, and we still went back to this process just because of the ability to keep the parks clean, the safety of people who are working the food trucks, as well as those who are visiting, with money being exchanged, and having a security plan as well as a cleanup plan. And so we feel that those are the things that would help. And again, if there's a large event, let's say, for instance, in a Piedmont Park or something, which is probably the most popular spot, if there's a large event going on, being able to say, hey, there's already an event in this particular park, maybe we can connect you with this event organizer and it can be added on, versus just having a food truck to just roll up and try to start selling during someone else's event.
Okay, thank you. Well, Madam Chair, I think that I've had some very good experiences with food trucks, and I think this also kind of lends itself to why there isn't whatever happened, why our vending program was allowed to basically die here in the city of Atlanta. But for those who are in small business, who are in food trucks, I had a good experience this weekend with the Bankhead Seafood food truck at a business event that we had. And, where you could have them close to or adjacent to a park, I think is a good thing, though. We were with a church group, so they were conscious, and they minded the area, to make sure that they left it like they found it. But I'm also a big, I support the legislation, but I'm also a big proponent of, just going to the well one time. And so if there are issues that are simultaneously being looked at and worked on, I want to ask the council member and the commissioner that, is there any appetite to kind of fold these efforts? This is it when we have, so that we can just do it all at one time instead of in pieces. And anybody can ask.
Hey, Councilmember Bond, this is Councilmember Brown. Thank you so much.
Mr. Brown, I'm sorry.
Oh.
You've got to get in line.
I apologize. Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I thought he asked me a question directly. I apologize.
No, but you got to let me chair the meeting. So we can answer that question, but can we go through the series and then have you, Mr. Brown? You're right after Mr. Faroki, so you can hold that answer to the Mr. Bond. Do you have anything else you want to say?
Well, just at some point, I'd like for the commissioner and Councilmember Brown to vote.
Okay.
But at this point,
all right, thank you. Just let me recognize a couple of people first, and then we'll come back to you, I promise, okay? All right, thank you. Mr. Faroki, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll endeavor to be brief. I just want to make 2 points. One is that, our food truck program in the city is okay, but it's not worthy of a city of our stature. I think there's a lot of other cities who have a more robust food truck ecosystem to the benefit of both restaurants, burgeoning chefs, residents, visitors, and we could learn a lot from them. And I'm glad to see that Commissioner Keene and Councilmember Brown are pushing this in the right direction. But my posture is this is all positive, especially as we go into the next 6 to 8 months, when we'll see a lot of restaurants close. This is a low cost approach to restaurateurs who want to get started, or existing restaurants who want to pivot and keep their business afloat. So I think the more we can do to foster food trucks in the city, assuming the city can support it, in parks or otherwise, we should. And then the other thing I just want to note is I've only been on council for 3 years, but I'm always amazed at how much time we spend, some may say waste, on a resolution that is not binding. If I could, I would pull up the Allen Iverson press conference from 15 years ago when he famously said, "We're talking about practice. This is not an ordinance. It's merely a resolution. The department and the city can choose to follow it in full, in part, or to ignore it." And so I have no hesitation whatsoever about voting for this. In fact, I move to approve it. As Commissioner Keene indicated, that this could complicate things. I don't understand how we allow resolutions to complicate things. If you're working hand in hand, you're the ultimate, in many ways, authority, or we can put up an ordinance, whether it's your ordinance or our ordinance, and it seems like we're getting to that point. But to me, it's a resolution pushing us in the right direction. I'm in favor, and I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Mr. Kuroki. Mr. Brown, please come forth now with your position.
Yes, Madam Chair, and I apologize for interrupting earlier. My apologies, Madam Chair. I just want to say that I agree with Councilmember Winslow. I also agree with you, Councilmember Shepherd. I know it's very rare that we agree on things, but what I gathered from everybody's comments is the reason why this resolution is so important. And instead of us putting out an ordinance that doesn't address the entirety of this resolution, we can do the work, and we can hold the work sessions, and we can be proactive, and we can do this right with the right partners at the table and give the public the opportunity to engage in this conversation and insist in building a comprehensive food truck program for the city of Atlanta. So I think when given everyone's thoughts on this, I think it needs more research. I think we need these work sessions. We need to bring our stakeholders, our community stakeholders and partners to the table to have this conversation so we can truly develop a comprehensive food truck program. The Atlanta Street Food Coalition reached out to me today and specifically stated that they would want us to have as comprehensive of a program that we could have for the betterment of their vendors. So, Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the support, Councilmember Kuroki and Councilmember Bond. I'm very grateful, and I'll turn it back over to my colleagues, Madam Chair.
All right. Thank you. Mr. King, I'm sorry, Ms. Winslow, go ahead.
Yeah. I remember our wonderful vending program that started back in 88, way before I got on council. Okay? I remember how it, and I'm not saying this would happen with the truck vendors. In fact, I know it did. But we started out one way and ended up with a big mess in the district that I served. And I had to take 3 years out to clean all that stuff up around 5 Points. Councilmember Shepherd walked with me down in those areas. I want us to be real thoughtful about this and very careful. We're in a delicate economic situation that we've never been in 100 years or whatever, from the Spanish flu days. And I know we want to help everybody. That's what the city of Atlanta does. It tries to help everybody, okay? Some of our other partners don't do that, but we try to help everybody. I'm okay with that. But when you talk about trying to police something, one of the council people said that, we said we were going to have the vendors go through the police department. That was a total catastrophe. They couldn't police it. It was too much. So I'm just saying we need to be very, very thoughtful. And I'm going to call the Georgia Restaurant Association because I'm just really concerned at this point. Where did this truck go? Let me ask the Commissioner a question.
Could you hold on for a moment, Ms. Winslow? I need to stop for a moment for a public announcement.
Yes.
I just want to announce that at 6 o'clock, the third quarter CDP hearings will take place. For folks who may be listening, if you want to call in to the third quarter CDP hearings, the number to call into is 877-499-2000. 2930, ID code 3995242. Again, the number to call in for CDP hearing is 877-499-2930, ID number 3995242. Thank you. Continue, Ms. Winslow. Thank you.
Thank you. So let me ask the commissioner this question. As those of us who represent Southwest Atlanta are starting to try to push retail into our area, give me a balance. You know, when I go to the retail conference out in, Nevada, I've got to balance out. Do you come in and I'm just saying, I got 5 trucks in an area that used to be desert. Now it's desired. But now I've got these new regulations that say the truck vendors can be there, and it's going to be harder for me as an elected official to bring in retail businesses into empty storefronts that are in many parts of the district that we represent. So help me understand that in terms of how the planning department outside of Invest Atlanta is helping us to bring retail into brick mortar structures.
Councilmember Winslow, we do not work independently with the Food Truck Coalition. As a matter of fact, we have spent the last several years creating a Main Street program in the city that is specifically designed for buildings, for brick and mortar locations in our neighborhoods, and especially in the west and the southwest part of the city, to help encourage businesses that are there today to stay and to help them be more successful, and to expand business in those areas. So our commitment to retail and enlivening our streets and helping businesses isn't solely to food trucks. We have spent much more of our resources and our time on the main streets in the city that need our attention. And so this is not a one or the other, it's both. And food trucks have a place. This didn't come up as a result of this resolution either. We reached out to the Food Truck Coalition and the Street Food Coalition. We said, what could we do to help you right now be more successful? And it's not just one thing, it's multiple things. But we're working on the first that would come to council soon. We agree that comprehensive approaches to food trucks and other things are best, and that's what we're doing. So we will continue with that and talk with you more specifically about it when we have an ordinance to discuss with council.
And I get that, and I appreciate that. I'm looking at, in my mind, at Ralph David Abernathy across the street from the West End Mall, where I've got about 4 new storefronts that are empty. So it doesn't have anything to do with the goodwill that we're sharing with everybody. I think it's wonderful. If I've got a penny, I'm going to cut it up 8 ways. That's what the city does. They cut it up 8 ways, and they say, you can have 1/10, or you can have 1/8, 1/8, 1/8, 1/8. Okay, 12%. All right? I'm good with that. I'm just saying that I don't want us to get in a situation where we've got competition that's not healthy competition. That's all I'm saying. And sometimes the economy dictates more things. It's just like every 4 years, and we all know this because we look at the elections every 4 years. This time of the year before the election tax, folks aren't investing too much in anything because they're looking to see who's going to be the new president. If it's going to be the same one that we have now, or if it's going to be somebody new. So people don't want to invest until they know that they have a clear direction. That's all I'm saying. I don't know that we have a clear direction at this point. So I'm not saying anything is bad. I'm just saying let's be extremely careful because we are in a situation that we have not been in for 100 years. I may have the best idea in the world, but just because I have the best idea in the world, it may not match up with what's happening today. So it's not a criticism on anybody, on Mr. Brown, on you, or anybody else. It's just be extremely careful. Good ideas are good, but we have to make sure that we weigh everything out, and that's all I'm saying. Let's weigh it all out.
Councilmember Winslow, I hesitate to say this because it is practice. However, since you brought up the retail on the West End, in that case specifically, we created a grant program for those storefronts and helped them design improvements to their storefronts. And then for those that wanted to make those improvements, we issued grants to them. This goes back about 18 months ago. Our commitment is to retail in our business districts and main streets all over the city, and we've been displaying that for quite some time. Thank you.
I'm not critical. And Madam Chair, let me just say this one thing, because I'm not critical of that. I'm supportive of Main Street. Commissioner, you know I've been talking about Main Street for 5 or 6 years. So I know about Main Street. You know about Main Street. So I'm not being critical of the support that you've given. I'm acknowledging that. I'm talking about something different. I'm just talking about the economy and where we are right now. You know, maybe other people have been through this phase of the economy. I haven't. I'm not 100 years old. Okay, yes. So I haven't been through this before. So it's a little scary for me. I can be honest with you. It's a little scary. Okay? So that's all I wanted to say. So I'm happy with everything that's going on with the Main Street. I brought the Main Street idea to the planning department. I did. I brought it to the planning department. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to come back to Mr. Bond. Mr. Bond, did Commissioner King answer your question?
Well, yeah, I guess so. But I mean, eventually, you know, like I said, I support the legislation, but to make it work, it's going to eventually need an ordinance anyway. So, you know,
okay.
And eventually, you know, whatever ordinance that's submitted by the commissioner and the department ought to include language that is addressed in this resolution, so that when we do have the program, that it'll have the force of law behind it. Thank you for checking back.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say a couple of things again for myself. Is that, let me just tell you, I hear what Ms. Winslow is saying. I've heard Mr. Bond, Mr. Faroki, and Mr. Brown. I have in my district, when I'm thinking about all this, I'm thinking about my parks in my district. I'm thinking about right now what I have in my district. To be honest with you, in terms of where I'm living specifically, if y'all look up a group called, go and Google them, Triton, Triton, Google them. They've created a food truck corner of a parking area. There's food trucks. I was there this weekend walking through and interacting with them. And it's a nice venue. It's not on public property. It's a private venue, which is, according to the city, I believe may be correct. And I'm going to get the law department to talk about what we can and can't do at this point. And so I went over and checked it out, and it has everything. It's kind of like what Cleta was saying. Someone was saying earlier, it had bankhead seafood, it had vegan trucks, it had ice cream, it had chicken, it had an array of different things, and this is all food trucks. So what they did is take this private space and also created a kind of a destination spot where you can bring your kids, you can play some games, and so it's a food truck area. And then I have a couple other spots. Most of the food trucks that I have, I don't know if y'all have heard of Shea Butter Jones. I mean, he's one of the best on the south side. People just follow him. He lives in my district, and he has a food truck. He's at the Met a lot of times, and he's pretty much got stuff on private property. However, when you talk about going to public property, I do have concerns. Here's what I have concerns about. Right now in my same district, so I support the food trucks, and I've been to food trucks, and I like them. I don't go to them all the time, but I do frequent food trucks when they're in my community. And when I have events, I even call some of these people to actually have them to be at my event in the park or wherever it is. Now, here's the shift. I also have in my district, and maybe other folks don't have it, I have pop-up barbecue spots. They find a corner. They don't have no permit. I can put money on that and win. These are just people popping up, put up a tent, and they are actually doing this all in different parts of my district. Inside a parking lot, to a vacant space, to wherever they think they can fit in when nobody's going to ask them questions. And so those are the type of venues that continuously pop up also. So as we're talking about all these different food truck support and stuff, and we talk about economics and stuff, I don't think as a city we have a control on what we already have in existence. For instance, at the corner where I'm talking about where Tri-Town is, there's a food truck there. We had a leaking of grease that was going into a water basin that was going through a park, Ferguson Park down the street. Somebody in the community reported that the food truck was actually dumping the oil from it was cooking into that. Never had any evidence of that, so I'm not saying that's true. But my other concern is, though, is regulating these particular entities and controlling them. As we even talk about the parks department and put them in the parks, I just still have some concerns around that. Who is going to actually really be regulating them and interacting with them? And I'm going to tell y'all something, Public Safety Committee. The police department don't have enough folks to come out and regulate this in our communities. This, in my opinion, should not even be up under the police department. We need to create another entity we talked about before, maybe having some of these officers for correction to be policing in our parks and doing some of the things we're talking about in terms of regulating this. We're also missing out on Fulton County because they're the ones that regulate food in terms of the sale of food. So when we're looking at all of this, you got all of these crossover of different people that you got to look at in terms of the regulation of it. I don't think as a city in my community, I don't believe that we're following through on any of this in terms of what we should be doing. And when you see call the police 911 to see that's a problem, that is that's a low priority on the police department list. They may get there, but the chances are by the time they get there, if they get there, it's over. So I do have concerns about this. As far as this resolution, I just think that people, when they're looking at food trucks, I agree with Ms. Winslow, we need to be also looking at it in terms of how does it fit into not just certain parts of the community where it's the coolest thing going, but how does it fit into all parts of the community? I also think that the NPU, we talk about having public hearings and meetings on it. This is something, in my opinion, that should be vetted in the NPU process. But what I don't think is happening is, based on this resolution, my preference would be to hold it until Mr. King's department, and I need to be very sure that they're saying they're going to come up with something, and that we use this as a venue to vet all of this. In your resolution, Mr. Brown's resolution, talked about 3 public hearings. Well, I would say that one of the hearings should be going through all the NPUs for a discussion, as opposed to saying 3 public hearings. This is something that every community needs to be talking about in terms of how they feel about food trucks. Do a whole assessment now around the food trucks. Allow them in Midtown. Some of them in my district, the areas where they're popping up in my district is along where the Beltline is. I don't see them in other parts of the area. I think that the Beltline is a growing factor also. And so, in other areas that are gentrifying, that's the term that some people don't like to talk about, but it's a reality. But so it's a new culture that's being created out here. I'm not saying I'm opposed to it at all. I mean, I actually know people in my district who are actually some of these food truck vendors, and this is how they make their living. So I support that. But at the same time, I don't want us to rush this through, and I'm not sure if this resolution is one to me that talks about, it says the 3 public hearings. I would rather for us to wait to, number one, is do it kind of simultaneously when Mr. King brings forth this legislation. He says 30 days, so Mr. King, we will be looking forward to come in 30 days and to take the time to vet it. I also agree with Ms. Winslow in terms of the COVID-19 thing. I don't think that I think this is something that's a great idea, and I think we should look at it. But I don't think it's something we should be rushing to do right now. I think we need to wait to see what happens as a result of COVID-19. This is something we should be working toward. Hopefully by spring of next year, we can maybe have all the kinks worked out, and we can maybe roll something out by next year. So this resolution is saying, to me, it's like asking the city to create a program around it. And what Mr. King is saying is we already, to some extent, maybe have some type of a program, but it needs to be enhanced. So those are my thoughts. My recommendation would be to hold it and have Mr. King come back and give us 30 days and give us what we're looking for. But I'd like the law department to weigh in to see what their thoughts are in terms of what we have now in terms of the program and where we are. So it's Ms. Robertson. Amber, are you on? Amber, can you all hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, I feel so quiet. I'm like, did I get lost?
Well, you sounded good, Madam Chair. I didn't want to stop you.
Okay, all right, thank you. Amber.
Hi, yes, thank you. Good afternoon to the Public Safety Committee and Chair Shepard. So I'm certainly able to answer any questions anybody in the committee has concerning our public property vending program to include its application to food trucks. But just to briefly sketch out the outline of the program, public property vending must be specifically authorized by the city council through the passage of ordinances. Persons don't have any sort of inherent right to sell things on city property, including the city's right-of-way. And the way that in the city of Atlanta we accomplish that is through the Public Property Vending Code, which is Article 23 of Chapter 30 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances. And that sets forth all the regulations concerning all public property vending in the City of Atlanta, to include public property vending by food trucks. So when a food truck is parked on the right-of-way, or like in Barbara Asher Square, that is public property and is authorized in this particular article of Chapter 30 of the City of Atlanta Code. We provide certain regulations concerning the operations of the food truck, as well as other public property vending, and we say specifically where it can be. So in Government Walk, as many have observed, we have had food trucks in and around the City Hall and the other city facilities around there, and in the Broad Street kind of area as well. And so that is what currently governs food trucks regarding the city's regulation of food trucks. You have to have a public property vending permit to operate specifically a food truck pursuant to this part of the code. Additionally, food trucks must also secure, as Council Member Shepard noted, a permit from the Fulton or DeKalb County Boards of Health, depending on the county within which they want to operate. In a lot of ways, the county regulations concerning food trucks and their locations are more stringent than ours. And of course, because food is obviously intrinsic to a food truck, can be controlling in a way that we don't usually typically see with the industries that we regulate. So the county piece is very important to that. So, and as the commissioners have stated, there's currently an ability to then with food trucks in city parks, but only in conjunction with a permit granted under Chapter 142 for an outdoor event / festival in a city park. So those are just a kind of broad outline of what food truck regulation is in the city of Atlanta, and I'm here to take any questions y'all might have.
Okay, Madam Chair, this is Councilmember Ferrocchi. If I could just, I'm actually top assistant. If I could just hit my virtual speaker button just so you put me in line. Thank you.
I saw you, Mr. Ferrocchi. You're gonna be right after my comment, and then I promise I'm gonna get right to you. I got you. You dropped out of the system, you said. So this last comment, I just want us to take the time to get this right. I don't think that we should just be doing this, because to me, sometimes when you do resolution, you're saying the council members support this, and I still have a lot of questions. I'm not saying that I oppose this, but I still have a lot of questions. So I'm not going to be supporting anything, because I always see some failures in my communities in terms of how things are already now, and it's time for us to stop that. We talk about the history of what happens in our community. I just see too many cases right now where we're not regulating things, we're not doing things right, and I don't want to continue to go down this road of doing this without having it right. I believe it should be taken. I think this is really one case in point. Police shouldn't be even doing any of this kind of stuff. They need to be out there doing other stuff. So this is an example. When we talk about reimagining the police, we need to take this off under the police department. We can have other folks to do this and regulate this, because people say, well, when they see a violation, call 911. Who does that? The police department will have time to deal with this. So anyway, but to that point, I would like to, I know Mr. Ferrocchi at one point had a motion to support. I don't know if that was ever a second, but I would like to make a substitute motion to hold. But anyway, and then
Second by Winslow.
All right.
Madam Chair, I don't know if we had a motion on.
I thought Mr. Ferrocchi did.
You didn't get a second.
I did make a motion early on. Yeah.
Second.
Okay, wait a minute. Who's second and what now? I'm confused. Hold tight. So, Mr. Ferrocchi, why don't you speak, and then we'll come back to the motion. Go ahead. You had something else to say.
So I did make a motion the first time I spoke. I just want to say, look, I think all the points that are being raised by Councilmember Shepard, Councilmember Winslow, Councilmember Bond are valid, but they are appropriately placed, in my opinion, when we debate the ordinance, when those issues are hard and fast before us. This is a resolution. This is why I have no problem moving to support it. I think it is an expression of intent from the council, and if you don't agree with it, you can vote against it, and if you agree with it, vote for it, so be it. But I think a lot of the issues we're grappling with right now that I'm hearing each of you discuss, I think these are the things we have to work out in an ordinance that Commissioner Keene appears to be leading and will be before us in the next month or two. And to me, I think we're spinning our wheels a little bit here, because this is merely an expression of, I think, intent and preference by the council. It's not a hard ordinance that will work out all those issues that have been raised. So my motion sits on the table. If someone wants to second it, great. If not, I heard there was a substitute motion.
Second, Boone.
All right, there's a motion and a second by Boone to support the resolution. I'm going to do a resolution. I'm going to make a motion to hold.
Second by Winslow.
So where we are in terms of parliamentary procedures, where are we? I think that, so we need to take a vote.
Madam Chair, the paper is already held, so we would not need to take another vote to hold it, if that's the position. It's already held, so we would just need a vote to move it forward, approve, disapprove, but if the paper is currently held.
All right.
So if it fails on this vote to move it, does it remain held, or is it filed or otherwise dead?
Point of order. Point of order. Can you hear me?
Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If the paper is not advanced, it will remain held on the agenda. Absent another motion to file or whatever. So just stay held.
That's correct. Thank you, Councilmember Bond.
You're welcome.
So we're back to Mr. Ferrocchi motion.
That's correct, Madam Chair.
All right. So
the motion is
I believe Councilmember Boone seconded it.
Yeah, I got it. That's correct.
And to bring it forward, what?
She voted to support the resolution to bring it forward. I believe, is that correct, Ms. Boone? Ms. Boone?
Yes, correct. Yes. I'm
okay.
The Ferrocchi's motion.
Okay. All right. So the motion is to bring it forward. So we can either vote it up, say yes, or no. So that's where we are right now. So we're ready for the vote, Ms. Linda?
Yes, Madam Chair. One moment. The vote is open. Ms. Winkle?
No.
The motion is 4 yeas, 0 nays. This item is favorable as substituted.
Wait a minute. I didn't vote in favor of it.
That was 4 yeas, 3 nays.
3 nays. All right. So the motion carries to bring it forward.
Madam Chair, this is actually a dual referral, and so this paper would now go to our Community Development and Human Services Committee for their consideration.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Hang on.
Ms. Smith?
I haven't talked at all today, so can I speak now?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So this paper, I know it's a resolution. It doesn't really matter, blah, blah, blah. But it does, because on the substitute, he asks for 3, not 1, not 2, but 3 public. It doesn't go out to the NPUs, but we're going to have 3 public hearings about food trucks. I mean, why can't we just work with Mr. King, Commissioner King, and work with the food truck people? I mean, they know what they need to do. The department knows what they're doing. I don't see why we need to have 3 public hearings out of Public Safety Committee for food trucks. So I'm just going to say that, and that's why I feel like this paper we piled on, and we're making it more complicated, in my opinion.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. I would say to you, and I said that earlier, and I don't know what we can do now unless we go back. I would like to make a friendly motion to, number one is, if we're going to go forward with this, number one is, I don't believe we need to have 3 public hearings. I do believe that we could, even in terms of process, if we go forward with it, I would still like to say we can hold it until it comes before, again, the committee, once Mr. King comes in, and then also take out the 3. I would say want the NPU, and maybe 2 public hearings. I mean, you can do one on the front, then send it to the NPU, and then come back on the back to do a final public hearing. But I don't believe we need 3 public hearings. At least make it 2, and it goes to the NPU as one of the public comment process. That's my opinion.
Okay, can I speak again? I've got my button pushed. Okay, so what we've got is we've got all of this that's on top of Commissioner King says he's got a paper coming in 30 days. So we're going to push a thing out. We're going to have 3 public hearings. What are we hearing about? Does that make sense? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I know that we've been spending a lot of time on this. We talked about it 2 weeks ago, and thank you, Mr. Brown, for fixing it with whatever departments, because Ms. Winslow's right. The police department shouldn't have done it. We need to make sure that it's either that the planning department and the parks department are working together, just like Commissioner Burke said. When they have festivals, they need to know, and then just on the public and private properties, the planning department can handle that. I really don't see why we can't just get together, Commissioner King, Commissioner Burke, the food truck people, and just work this out. I just don't think that it takes 3 public hearings and all this other stuff. I just think that we're making something very complicated.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bond, you have comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a point of order. The point of order is that, one, we should not have had a discussion until we decided to move the item off of the held agenda. And as I recall, Robert's Rules of Order, I don't think you can approve an item that's on the held agenda without first removing it from the agenda. So I think you would need another vote. And if you want to amend the item now that has been voted on, if you're going to let the motion and the vote stand, then you would have to, someone on the prevailing side would have to make a motion to reconsider the item, to get it back in front, to make the amendment that Ms. Smith was referencing before it leaves the committee.
Mr. Bond, you know what? I think you're right. So we did that kind of. Correct. I think we did that a little back. I apologize. Somebody should have flagged me. I'm not good in parliamentary procedures.
Madam Chair, if I may, correct. There is no vote needing to remove an item from held. Once you voted on the substitute, and then it's either you take it off held or it remains if there's not a motion to move it forward. You do not need a vote to remove an item from held.
Point of order.
And at some point I want the law department to weigh in also. Thank you.
Yeah, I respectfully disagree with that, because that has not been our practice for years on the council. There's Robert's Rules of Orders, and then there's the Rules of Council, and we operate underneath the Rules of Council that are based on Robert's Rules of Order. As Mr. Faroki was speaking a second, in committee, it's not required. The machine, the program of the computer system that we use requires second, but we have never changed our rules to require second in committee.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Ms. Robertson, can you speak to this, where we are, law department?
Yes, I think I agree with Councilmember Bond's recitation of the situation concerning committees. The committee chair generally will make any rule pronouncements of changes of previous procedure. It's up to the chair, whereas Robert's Rules of Order do govern unless altered by the rules of council at full council. So, I do agree that with his assertion of the typical practice in committee.
All right. So what should we do to correct this? What do we need to do now? We need to rescind this or ask for someone. Mr. Bond, I think you was on the prevailing side too, were you not? Did you vote to support?
Yes, I voted to support, and I'm willing to make a motion to reconsider so that Ms. Smith can make her amendment, because I agree with that. I think the MPUs do need to be clued in and comment on, because, the parks are everywhere. They're in every district of the city, not just downtown, not just, Midtown. So, that's something I agree with. So I'll make that motion.
Do we need to get a second to that?
No, we're in committee. It's not, it's required by the machine, but it's not technically required.
Ms. Robertson?
So I certainly can't speak to what the machine would require you all to do. But I think that, Councilmember Bond.
Yes, if I may, Madam Chair, she's right. We've discussed that we don't, but for technical reasons, there's no way to override it. So just to move it along, we would need to just enter a second. The machine will now allow us to move forward without entering a second, which is not really required per committee rules.
Okay, well, I'll do the second. I mean, even though that I'm not on the prevailing side, but I'll second it.
No, just the maker of the motion needs to be on the prevailing side.
Okay.
So your second is appropriate.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So we're there. Let's go back.
We're ready for the vote.
Can I ask
voters vote?
Can I ask a question, Madam Chair? Are we in the middle of a vote?
We're in the middle of a vote right now.
Okay.
Vote is open, Madam Chair.
Okay. Please vote. Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
I'm going to abstain.
Oh, wow. You can abstain. I mean, I'm not sure how that's going to help us, but anyway.
But I can't abstain because I have some unreadiness.
Unreadiness in terms of going back?
Oh, this is what, to open it up again? To vote?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Kuroki?
Yay.
Yay. Okay. So we have the two. So where are we? All right. That motion carries. All right. We're now back to where we originally was. Now, Ms. Smith.
Okay. I want to know, before I make this amendment, what are we going to be sending out to the MPUs? Are we sending out Mr. King's legislation? What are we going to be, what are people listening to at the public hearing and at the, and when we send it out to the MPUs? What are we sending them? Are we just sending them the legislation because we want to set up a food truck?
Well, the legislation, we're sending it, if we amended this, if we send it out to the MPU, unless we can also make some other amendments in here, what we could do possibly is do an amendment, Ms. Smith, where we could say that we want to move forward with this resolution, but we're going to move forward based on a time certain that Mr. King would allow us to bring their legislation forward. Also saying that it would, and we could still say that we could even still do, if we want to compromise, we could say we could do one public hearing between now and the next 30 days. That would give Mr. King time to bring the legislation forward. Once they brought the legislation forward, we could go through the MPU process and then do another public hearing at the end. What do y'all think of that?
I just want to do one after the MPU process.
I'm sorry.
I just want to do one public hearing after the MPUs have heard it.
Well, Ms. Smith, the way this legislation is saying 3 public hearings. Now, it doesn't specify when. That's what I'm saying. The legislation doesn't specify when. It says that a series of no fewer than 3 public hearings shall be scheduled to take place before the Atlanta City Council Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee, during which the Department of Parks and Recreation, the Department of City Planning, and the Department of Finance, Office of Revenue, as well as outside stakeholders such as Atlanta Street Food Coalition and the Fulton County and the DeKalb County Board of Health shall be invited to present information for the purpose of informing the City Council consideration of a potential amendment to the City of Atlanta current public property food truck regulations as Chapter 30. And so once we pass this resolution, we could amend it to say that if you want to amend it to say one public safety hearing and one NPU. And to be honest with you, as I read this, it doesn't give a time certain.
Well, I don't know.
Does that make sense? What I'm saying, it doesn't give a time certain, so it's a resolution, as Mr. Feroci said earlier. So it will still be left up to the council or the administration as to when they want to do this.
All right. And see, trying to get all of those people together is going to be time consuming. I don't know, y'all. I just feel like this thing is just becoming more and more complicated, but I do want to try to simplify it by only making one public hearing. And I guess we could put a time certain on it.
Your recommendation would be for one public hearing and then going before the NPU?
Okay, let's say after an NPU review and comment. One public hearing after the NPU review.
So we want to make that as an amendment.
Would you, Mr. Brown, are you still here? Can you accept that as a friendly amendment to your substitution?
Yes, Councilmember Smith. Just for clarity, everyone, just so you all know, the public hearing, the number of meetings, I didn't really dictate. So I'm comfortable with however many meetings you feel like it's necessary for us to accomplish the goal that we're all seeking through this process. Because it may come back through this study that something doesn't need to change and that we're all in alignment. But I just think I'm comfortable however you all want to get there.
Okay, so Ms. Smith, the amendment could be what you're saying is, and we could tweak it that we're part of the therefore that a series of no fewer than one public hearing shall be scheduled, or we should say it goes to the NPU first.
I think it should go to the NPUs and then come back for a public hearing. But now let's ask the commissioners if they are okay with this or if this hinders them getting this paper out quicker. Because if we send it to the MPUs, that's going to be more than 30 days. And I heard Commissioner King say that he was going to be ready in about 30 days.
But what I'm going to say, Ms. Smith, is that there is no time certain. This is a resolution. That does not mandate that they have to do it. I mean, they don't have a time frame on here either.
Okay. All right.
Do you understand what I'm saying? They don't say that it should happen within the next 30 days. They're just saying do it, but they don't have a time frame that it should happen in 30 days.
Okay, well, then let's just say one public hearing.
They should go to the NPU for comment.
Yeah.
And one public hearing.
One public hearing.
After it goes to the NPU.
After the NPU comment, yes.
Ms. Lindo, did you get that?
Yes, Madam Chair. I was typing it. So the resolution would read a resolution authorizing the scheduling of a public hearing following NPU review and recommendations. So that's a fun, Ms. Lindo, if you look up on the now therefore be resolved by the City Council of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, that's where you put that. Correct, but that was restating the caption, so it would be in both places, correct? Because the public hearing is also referenced in the caption, so that would be restated.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes, thank you, because that was the only part of the legislation that wasn't a whereas was this thing about adding all these public hearings and then that study thing.
So are we all clear?
This is Phyllis. I have a question when you're ready.
Okay. Ms. Lindo, we have that right. So you want to restate that?
Yes, so it would be a resolution authorizing the scheduling of a public hearing following the submissions of NPU recommendations.
Okay. Is that all right with you, Paula?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right. And again, there's no time specifically that this has to be done, unless we want to say we want it within a certain time frame. Okay. All right. So there we are. Mr. Hillen.
Yeah, so one, I would just add that we're almost in October, so it's probably too late to add it to the October MPU meeting. It'll probably have to be November. And I imagine some don't meet in November. But other than that, I mean, what exactly are we sending out to the MPUs? I mean, most things that we send out to MPUs are things that are very clear and to be voted on, such as ordinances, rezoning, special use permits that are pretty cut and dry. I mean, what exactly are we sending out to the MPUs? Like, as to whether that's like food trucks or not, or I mean, what?
Right. I mean, you truly have a good point, Mr. Hillen, because what we said now, it'd be better to do it once we have some meat on the bone, which is the legislation that Mr. King and them are going to introduce, or what they bring forth. That, in my opinion, is what we should be voting on, as opposed to just sending this out and having 3 public hearings. So for me, I would rather for us to put in here that we will wait on Mr. King to bring this this ordinance forth within 30 days. And then through that process, then we would then take it through our committees and then send it out to the NPU for discussion, and then have a public hearing on the backside, like Ms. Smith said.
Right. I mean, up to my first point and joining my second point, I don't think this would be able to go out to the NPUs until November, so that would give planning 30 days to get the paper out to council. So, but I just wanted to try to understand what exactly we're sending out to the NPUs, because I haven't really seen anything
of any significance. Thank you. I think Mr. Faroki, he had a comment, and then I'll see you, Mr. Bond.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. Again, this is a resolution. Whatever we put in it, we could say, everyone needs to do 15 jumping jacks and a somersault, and then jump to the left or the right if they think this is a good resolution or not. It's a resolution. It's non-binding, and whatever we put in it with respect to a public meeting or going to NPUs is largely irrelevant, because the ordinance is going to end up driving it. Councilmember Winslow indicated she was wary early on of the train leaving the station too soon. We are not debating whether the train should leave the station. We're merely talking about the drawing of a train, and that's all this is. The ordinance is the actual train leaving the station. And so to me, it's irrelevant whether it has to go to NPUs or not, because we're not asking them to vote on anything that's substantive. I mean, there's no proposal before them to say yay or nay to, or to weigh in on. So, but I don't understand why we keep talking in circles. Just either vote it up or vote it down, and get on with the rest of our work today. But to Councilmember Hills' point, he's right. I mean, there's really nothing to go to the NPU. Time sensitivity aside, there's just nothing to go to it. This is an expression of the council's belief in an issue. That's all it is. That's what a resolution is. So I will support whatever we put on paper, but I don't expect it to result in anything in the next 30 days. It's a resolution.
I've got my buttons pushed, Joyce.
I believe Mr. Bond is next. Mr. Bond.
Well, I was going to call the question, but I won't.
Ms. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Bond. Okay, I just want to say that I don't really like to talk about our resolutions like that, because I really think the administration and we all try to do what we say we're going to do in these resolutions, and I think we do take them seriously. That's why I didn't want to do 3 public hearings. I just thought it was overkill on it. I feel like everyone in the city is cool with food trucks. I do think that we, got to put some parameters on it, but people want food trucks. So I do think that we need to do a good job, and I think that we should support our resolutions also. So I just wanted to say that because I don't think that they're frivolous.
Okay. So we have the amendment before us, Ms. Lindo. Is that correct? Hello?
Sorry, I'll restate, Madam Chair. Yes, sorry. I was on mute. I cleaned it up a little bit. Let me just restate that and make sure everyone's okay with it. It's a resolution authorizing a public hearing to be conducted before the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee following the review and comment of the City of Atlanta Neighborhood Planning Unit, during which the Department of Parks, Recreation, the Department of City Planning, the Department of Finance, Office of Revenue, as well as outside stakeholders such as the Atlanta Street Food Coalition and the Fulton and DeKalb County Board of Health shall be invited to present information which may inform the Atlanta City Council's consideration of potential amendments to the City of Atlanta's public property food truck regulations at Chapter 30, Article 23, public property vending, and for other related purposes.
Can we add in there that it will only be, I'm just going to ask for another amendment to add in that this will be brought forth within the next 30 days after the planning department brings forth their ordinance in terms of this. Can we add that in?
But if you're waiting for the public comment, do you want it and or within 30 days? If you can clarify.
No, I'm saying add in specifically that it will be based on Commissioner King's bringing their ordinance before us. Does that make sense? Dustin, guys, I'm getting ready to lose power in a minute. I need to switch over to another phone. My plug is broke. So I've got to switch over. But does that make sense what I just said before I lose y'all? Can I switch over real quick and call y'all right back? Hold tight. Don't go nowhere.
We'll be here. Who's the vice chair?
Dustin.
Hello. Please enter your 6-digit code.
We can just sit here and wait for her to return. I'll play Jeopardy music or something.
I'm back.
Excellent. That was fast.
All right. Okay. Did we get anywhere while I was gone? Y'all didn't resolve this while I was gone? I don't understand that. Why didn't y'all resolve this? So where are we at this point? I mean, can anybody willingly accept the fact that we can ask for this to be done after Commissioner King bring forth his ordinance, his recommendation? Are y'all willing to support that? Hello, Mr. Brown?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm completely comfortable with supporting the amendments in which you've made. I've already identified that I had no stake in the number of meetings, and I think that a lot of the suggestions you all have made, Councilmember Smith, as well as you, Councilmember Shepherd, are important. The NPU should be a part of the process, and I agree that we should do it once the ordinance is brought forth by Commissioner King. So I also agreed with your amendment around this being done 30 days after the ordinance has been brought forth.
Okay. So I believe that resolved all our issues, correct? Ms. Linda, did she get that language?
Madam Chair, where would you like to include that 30-day requirement? Is it before the public hearing or after?
First of all, we're taking the public hearing out. The only public hearing is going to be after it goes before the NPU. Okay?
Correct.
So, but before it goes to the NPU, we're going to wait until the legislation is actually, until Commissioner King brings forth the ordinance, the recommendations for this, in terms of revamping the whole food truck entity. They're going to bring forth legislation on that. So what we're saying is, as a part of the therefore, is that as soon as this could be resolved, that this committee, all of this process of the money resolve will be done after Commissioner King has brought forth the ordinance in reference to that, the food truck ordinance.
Okay, so I will add a whereas.
So we'll do that before now and then.
Okay, so you would add a whereas. The public hearing will be whereas the NPU review. I mean, they will review documents sent. Whereas the NP,
No. I think on the whereas you need to put in there, or even I don't think it should be a whereas. It should be after, therefore, be resolved by the City Council of the City of Atlanta that the planning department will be presenting a food truck. Is this an amendment or a revision of the food truck? Because we already have a food truck program. Hold on, let me look at this. We got to change everything at the top too. So at the top, we were scheduling a series of meetings with the NPU and one public hearing.
I apologize. I sent it to you, but it seems like the internet is down. I don't know what's going on. I thought you guys received that amendment. It's not let me try to.
Paula, I need your help with this. I haven't got anything from you, Corin.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to reconnect. It says I'm not connected. Technical issues here.
Okay, I had technical issues earlier, so this is what we get when we try to do our work in the committee. Okay, so read what you have. Chairperson, please. Chair Joyce.
The only thing I have, Corin, can you read what we have? Ms. Lindo, can you read what we have?
Yes, I just got a message that Outlook is down. So what I have is a resolution authorizing a public hearing to be conducted before the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee following the review and comment of the City of Atlanta Neighborhood Planning Unit, during which, so that's the caption, and then the whereas it is the desire of the Atlanta City Council to authorize the scheduling of a public hearing to be conducted before the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee following the review and comment of the City of Atlanta Neighborhood Planning Unit. That is the whereas before the therefore be it resolved. And then in the therefore be it resolved, it has that a public hearing again will be conducted following the review and comment of the Neighborhood Planning Unit. And you wanted to add a be it further resolved that the review of the planning unit will commence, do you want to say following submission of the Department of Planning's recommendation?
Department of Planning ordinance and recommendation. Ms. Robinson, are you trying to help us out at all with this?
I'm straight with this. Y'all are doing a good job. I'm just listening, and I think this sounds great.
Yeah. So, I apologize that it's down. So after therefore be it resolved, there is one more. Be it further resolved that the NPU review will commence following the submission of the Department of Planning ordinance and recommendations to revise recommendations to amend Chapter 30, Article 23, Public Property Vending.
Okay.
So that,
Councilmember Brown, I'm opening your legislation. If there was potential amendments considered. Okay, you have one more. Be it further resolved, the potential amendments considered by the Atlanta City Council may include those by which an enhanced, streamlined process to provide more operators with the ability to sell food in designated areas of the City of Atlanta, and expanded licensing model for food truck operators that serves to legitimize these businesses, and a food truck village that periodically travels to alternate locations throughout the city may be established. Do we want to leave that? Or do we want to...
I don't see any problems with that. I don't see any problems with that.
Okay, and then it says, be it finally resolved that any resolution, and that's just in conflict with...
Only thing we're going to try to do, Carla, is add the other piece, which talks about very specifically that this will only happen after Commissioner King has brought this ordinance before. That's the only thing we're trying to add.
Okay. All right, and then let's just double check one more time with everyone to make sure Commissioner King, Commissioner Burks, and the original legislation author, Mr. Brown, is okay with it.
Mr. Brown said he was okay. Commissioner King, are you okay with this? Is he still here? Commissioner King. Miss Jack. Charlotta.
All right.
Amber. Miss Robertson. Why is it nobody from the administration is answering
Just vote and go on, and then if we need to change it later, I guess we can. We should have held it.
I'm sorry. I'm here. I was on mute. This is Amber from Law.
LaShondra Burks is here also from Parks and Rec.
Thank y'all. Did you listen to what we're going to amend this to?
Ms. Robinson, did you have any legal problems in terms of how we wrote this up?
No, I don't have any legal concerns with the proposed amendment. Thank you.
I think the administration just said it is okay also. Okay. All right. We're okay. Everybody's okay.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, do you need me to restate those amendments? Since you can't get them, the outlook is still down, and make sure that we're still on one amendment, so this encompasses all the changes that you guys have recommended.
Okay. Read it, Ms. Linda, and read it very slowly so that you're reading it a little fast. I just want to make sure I hear it right. The amendment.
Okay, absolutely. So in the caption, the change reads as follows. A resolution authorizing a public hearing to be conducted before the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee following the review and comment of the City of Atlanta Neighborhood Planning Unit, during which the Department of Parks and Recreation, Department of City Planning, Department of Finance, Office of Revenue, as well as outside stakeholders such as the Atlanta Street Food Coalition, it reads the same. And then going down to the last whereas before you get to therefore be it resolved, also in the first lines of that is changed. It is the desire of the Atlanta City Council to authorize the scheduling of a public hearing to be conducted before the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee following the review and comment of the City of Atlanta Neighborhood Planning Unit, which again the Department of Parks, and then now therefore be it resolved that is changed to say now, therefore be resolved that a public hearing is to be conducted before the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee following the review and comment of the City of Atlanta Neighborhood Planning Unit. And then therefore be resolved is added. After the therefore be resolved, there is another therefore be resolved that a review of the NPUs will commence following submission of the Department of Planning ordinance and recommendations to amend Chapter 30, Article 23, Public Property Vending.
Oh my goodness!
Yay! Approve or move to amend.
I don't think that's quite right, and we may want to flip-flop both of those, but at this point, it would take me a minute to read it, and I would have to be quiet and listen to it quietly. So we're going to move it forth like that, knowing that we may have to amend that tomorrow. Ms. Robinson, what would you say to that? I think the language is not quite there, but I think we get the gist of what we're talking about. Colleagues, we're making this into a mess, and I really apologize. If I had time, I would go and leave it off to the side and do it, but I don't.
So I think it would be okay. This is legislation that is going to be sent to CDHS, to Zulford. So I think it would be acceptable, referring to Ms. Lindo, of course, to vote on not necessarily all of the particular details of the amendment, and let us work to get the amendment text worked out prior to committee tomorrow.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. That's what I'm asking for. I need help. Thank you, because I don't think we can do it right now. Let's just, can we all agree to that and move forward? It's almost 7 o'clock. We worked on this for hours. Are we okay with that?
I'm good.
Okay. All right. So let's take a vote. Where are we with the vote?
Well, there was a motion to amend, Madam Chair, so will it be just to include language for the NPU review and just particular language that you would want to include?
Well, that's the amendment to the substitute.
That's correct.
Okay, but also the amendment in terms of the 30-day waiting on the commissioner and all of that too, Ms. Lindo.
That's correct, Madam Chair. So as per Ms. Robinson, she will incorporate your proposed amendments, which include the NPU review, and this will commence following the receipt of the city planning recommendation. So she will wordsmith that for us.
Yes.
Okay, so we had a motion by Ms. Smith, and we're just waiting a second to make those amendments.
Second,
Ferroki.
Let Ferroki second, and let's move. I'm sorry, guys. We're dragging this out.
The vote is open.
Ms. Winslow.
Abstain.
Okay, she's abstained. Okay.
The vote is closed. 6 yeas, 1 abstention. This item is amended.
Thank you.
And so here's the question now. You have to approve as amended. Do you want to forward it with no recommendation?
No, we can move it forward on substitute as amended.
Second, Ferroki.
Approve. Is that okay? Okay.
One moment.
Vote. Okay.
The vote is open.
Ms. Winslow.
Abstain.
Thank you.
The vote is closed. yeas, 1 abstention. Item is favorable as substituted and amended.
Okay. Oh my God, we did it. Okay, we're finished. So,
And Madam Chair, this will be forwarded, excuse me, Madam Chair, sorry to interrupt you. Now, this will be forwarded to CDHS, after which it will, and after their recommendation, it will be forwarded to FEC.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I just want to talk about something that doesn't have anything to do with what we just talked about, but it has to do with the census. So I found out that out of 50 states, and maybe I've mentioned this before, we're number 46. We are woefully behind in our number count. And I want to encourage all those people who are listening today, and please tell your friends and your family, you need to get counted. There's so many people now that are saying, I don't want government in my business. Well, you know what? When you call to ask for repair of sidewalks, you want government to be in your business. When you call for the fire department to come out, 911, when your house catches on fire, you want government to be in your business. When you have a street that has a lot of potholes in it and your tires, like mine, go down in the pothole and you have to go get a new tire, you want government to be in your business. When you need a street light that's out to be repaired, you want government to be in your business. Repaving of streets, you want government to be in your business. But when it comes to the census, you don't want government to be in your business, then that means that we're not going to get that road paved, repaved. We're not going to get that street light. We're not going to get the things that you need. You need government to be in your business so that we get the kind of money we need to get from Washington, D.C., where 46 out of 50 states. So you don't want government to be in your business? You don't. So maybe you need to stop calling 311 because you don't want government to be in your business. But yet, if you don't fill out the census, we cannot get the dollars that we need. We're going to lose billions of dollars, not millions. We're going to lose several billions of dollars in Georgia. So I'm asking you, okay, get government in your business because you want those streets repaved. You want those sidewalks repaved. So that's all I want to say, Madam Chair.
All right, one thing to follow up to that real quickly, and then I'm going to make this real quick and I'm going to be off. I think that's something we need to discuss in the CDHS committee tomorrow because I know for a fact that they've already extended the census for another 30 days. It is time for us as a city to look at very specifically in our own geographic area in the city of Atlanta, where are our weak spots? And that's a way that the state can tell us, here is where you're weak. Here is where you're not having. So I think for the next 30 days, every council, when it's clear, and for the next 30 days, every council member should be asking for that.
So what do I do, Kwanzaa? I'm on a phone because this is campaign related.
No, this is not. That's not campaign related.
Video.
No, this is
It's about
this is not campaign related.
About the census. It's about the census. It's not.
I'm right. The law department, is this campaign related?
No,
we have a
campaign related to discuss the census.
This is not campaign related at all.
It is not campaign related. No.
No, not at all. So I just want to get clarity on that. This is not we have a whole department with the city right now that's trying to get every vote counted by the city. This is not campaign related. Every council member needs to be figuring out in their district where is their weak area and go out and figure out how to knock on doors. That's all I have to say. But we're going to talk about this tomorrow in CHS. If nothing else, I'm going to have a motion to adjourn.
So moved,
Madam-
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I had to push my button to speak.
Okay, I'm sorry, Michael. Go ahead.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be brief. But I just wanted to point out, I think Ms. Smith just didn't have her phone muted. I don't think her comments were directed for you or our discussion. But tomorrow is an election day. Those within the sound of our voices, please go to the polls and vote for candidates for the U.S. Congressional District Seat 5 that was once held by our good friend and former colleague, John Lewis. No one can fill his shoes, but there is an election to fill his seat. So tomorrow, 7 to 7, please go to the polls and use your power and vote. And a motion to adjourn, Madam.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Y'all have a good evening. Thank you.
Good meeting.
Bye. Bye.
Great meeting. Thank you. Bye-bye.